Hey guys, you are watching your anime world. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if strong Deku had a mysterious past. Here is short summary. What if Izuku decided his own story? Instead of living the life of a normal quirkless boy, his past is shrouded in mystery. The life of a hero is not as bright as people think. Izuku Midoriya will live the life of a true hero, one full of blood. Instead of having power given to him, he is born with his own. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. One day in the 21st century, people with superpowers were born around the world and humanity fell into chaos and confusion. Some people began to use their powers for evil and became villains, while some used their powers to stop them. The government, not missing the chance to get more tax and maintain order, created an organization for these people and made them heroes. Now about 500 years later, these superpowers are called quirks, and of all heroes, one hero named All Might has kept the title of the strongest hero for decades, with many trying to surpass him and a few who might accomplish that goal. Among them is Izuku Midoriya. The prestigious school known as UA High School is located in Musudafu, Japan. UA High School is a hero school, schools that train students to use their quirk in combat and disaster scenarios for 3 years, alongside providing them with the normal high school level education so they can become government licensed heroes. All hero schools are government schools. UA High School is one of the world's best hero schools and the best in Japan. Today it's starting a new school year and welcoming freshman students who have passed the entrance exam. One of those freshmen is Izuku Midoriya, assigned to Class 1A. Each class is assigned 20 students, and there are only 2 hero course classes each year, which means that only 40 hero course students are accepted into the school out of the thousands that apply. Year 2567, 2567, April 1st. In Class 1A, the day has started and all the students who have passed their entrance exam are in the classroom when a shabby-looking black-haired man with onyx eyes enters the room. He sports a baggy black outfit that consists of a long-sleeved shirt and matching pants that tuck into his boots. He also wears a utility belt and his signature wrap scarf. He was hiding a pair of bright yellow goggles underneath his scarf for when he needed to use them in battle. He introduced himself as Shota Aizawa, a pro hero and their homeroom teacher. For the next 3 years of their high school career, he told them to change into their PE uniforms and meet him in the training grounds right away for a test, skipping their entrance ceremony and orientation. Sometime later they get outside, now in their PE uniform. Okay, now that you all are here, we can start the test. Aizawa started. He reached into his back pocket and pulled out what looked like a baseball. Where did he keep it? We will go through some normal physical tests you all have done in your schools before, starting with the ball throw test, only this time you all can use your quirks. He spoke. Ball throw. Sounds normal, so manly. To test us on our very first day, I expected nothing less from a school as prestigious as UA. We can use our quirks freely. That sounds so much fun, said a pink-skinned girl. Hearing that, the expression on Aizawa's face hardened. Fun, you say? He said, getting everyone's attention. You think your school life here is going to be fun and games? I hate to be the one to break it to you, but that's not how it's going to be here. And for an example, whoever comes last in this test will be expelled from this school. He said, shocking most students. Wait, can he do that? Asked a girl with shoulder-length brown hair. I assure you I can. He said, completely serious. Aizawa gave his instruction. Katsuki Bakugo, you got the highest score in the regular entrance exam, you will go first. He said and threw the ball towards him, which he caught with a menacing grin, making those around him step back a bit, but he either didn't care or didn't notice and moved forward for the throw. Katsuki made his throw, and using his quirk, which lets him create explosions from the palm of his hand, he scored 705.2 meters. And with that quirk, apprehension test began. What no one noticed was Aizawa's eyes narrowing down while looking at the list of his students. About an hour later, when the test finished, Aizawa gathered all the students where they had started the test. All right, your test's finished. Here are your overall scores, he said, and brought a device forward. A hologram appeared in the air, which showed everyone's rank. with Momo Yaoyorozu taking the first place, followed by Shoto Todoroki in the second and Katsuki Bakugo taking third place, while in the last was Minoru Mineta. "No!" yelled a small boy with purple balls on his head as he dramatically fell to the ground on his knees. "This can't be happening to me. Am I going to get expelled on the first day of high school?" He questioned to no one in particular, with comical tears running down his face. Most students looked at him with sympathy, while a few looked at Aizawa hoping he would stop, and a few looked like they didn't care at all. "Calm down. You aren't getting expelled. I just made that up to make you all give it your best," came the annoyed voice of Aizawa, surprising them yet again. "What, so that was just an act? Wow, what a plot twist. I knew he wouldn't be that cruel. I thought it was obvious that Sensei was trying to motivate us. Maybe I should have said something," came the voice of Momo, to which almost everyone agreed in their mind. "Wait, that means I am still in the school," Mineta cried. "Yes, now change into your uniforms and get back to class," said Aizawa, and walked away to their staff room. While most students looked relieved and started making their way to their class, Aizawa had something else in mind. Aizawa noticed that a student was absent on the first day of school. He observed that only 19 students were present during the test. Although it was not unusual for a student to miss the first day of school, he wanted to know why the student was not present. So, he decided to go to the staff room to use his computer and check for any details. The teacher had no issues with a student being absent on the first day, but he wanted to know why. The student might have been sick or injured, and if that was the case, their parents or guardians would send a doctor's note to excuse them. However, if the student was not responsible enough to inform the school, they would be expelled on the spot. With these thoughts in mind, Aizawa arrived at the empty staff room, sat at his desk, and turned on his computer. He navigated his way through different school-related applications to check for any absence notes but found none. So, this kid didn't turn in anything to apply for the hero course without a sense of responsibility. His eyes narrowed dangerously. He was about to email the principal that he wanted to expel this student. Unless, another thought came to mind: what if the kid is not absent and is already in school? He thought of another possibility. It wasn't impossible to get lost in this huge school on your first day, or the student went to explore the school. He can let it slide just this once if the kid is lost, but if he went to mess around then? Again, Aizawa's eyes narrowed. UA. High school uses student and staff IDs as a way to see if they entered the school with the scanners located at all entrances. If your ID goes inside or outside the school from the entrance, then the machine will scan it and register it in the system. If the student entered the building, the system would have it registered. If the student tried to enter the school grounds without his ID, then the security system would have alerted the school. He typed in the student's name and saw what the system had to show. The student did enter the school grounds. He let out a tired sigh. He opened his email to ask the principal if he could use either security system to see what was going on. When he noticed an unread email, "How did I miss that before?" he muttered, and opened it to discover that the email was from the principal. "What does he want?" he muttered again and opened the email. "Good morning, Shota Aizawa. I wanted to let you know that a student in your class will not be there today, as I wanted to meet him. Don't worry, he hasn't done anything. He will join the class tomorrow after lunch break, exactly when 1A have their first battle trial. Sincerely, Principal Nezu. ... Well, this was new, a student who caught Nezu's attention. Aizawa never bothered to check any student files beyond their name, but he will have to make an exception this time. Scratching the back of his head with his right hand, he grumbled, "I don't get paid enough for this," and with that, he opened the student files to find out about the new problem child. About Izuku Midoriya. Chapter -1.2. Principal Nezu's office. Meanwhile, while in the principal's office, UA sat two figures, one behind the principal's desk and the other in front of him. "It appears your teacher has finally started to look for you," said the principal after looking at his computer, seeing that Aizawa had used the school system to find out about Izuku Midoriya. Principal Nezu is a chimera who looks like a rat with white fur. He sports a white dress shirt, a dark red tie around his neck, a black double-edged waistcoat, and matching dress pants. He wears orange lace-up sneakers with incredibly thick soles which seem to be quite large on him. Principal Nezu is an extremely rare case of an animal possessing a quirk. Nezu's quirk, high specs, gives him an extremely high intelligence compared to the average human, which lets him behave and interact like normal humans. Across him is sitting the enigma known as Izuku Midoriya. Hearing Nezu talk about Aizawa's attempt at finding out about him, Izuku raised his head from the tablet he was using to read some documents and looked at Nezu with a calm expression. Izuku Midoriya is a young man with an impressive height of 5 feet and 11 inches for a first-year student. He has short lime-colored hair just long enough for him to run his hands through them. He has smooth white skin, and a sharp jawline, eyes the same color as his hair and he has almost feminine facial features. His appearance would make most people jealous. He could be a model with ease. He is wearing the standard UA high school uniform. As he heard that, he recalled how they were in this position now. This morning Izuku Midoriya was making his way to the UA. He walked to the front gate and looked at the huge building. As he approached the school gates, with his student ID in his back pocket, he knew that his arrival would be registered. Though he was early and classes didn't start until 8 a.m., he arrived at 7:10 a.m. to take a tour of the school and familiarize himself with the premises. As he walked through the building, he explored the halls, including the lecture halls, classrooms, and staff rooms. He made sure to note the locations of all the bathrooms, entrances, exits, staircases, and other emergency equipment and alarms. As he was completing his tour, he was approached by a robot, about 15 minutes before classes started. Izuku looked at the machine, with a first aid sign on it, and it was floating, meaning the floor had magnetic force strong enough for these robots to float. New information: the school grounds had magnetic force. He then looked at the robot and asked, "How may I assist you?" He asked. "Principal Nezu would like to meet you at his office," he said in a robotic voice. Principal Nezu? Why would he need me? He thought, and asked the robot to show him the way to the principal's office. When he did, the robot turned and started to move and Izuku followed it. A few minutes later they entered an elevator and the robot pressed the button for the 15th floor. Seeing this, Izuku noticed that the school building had 20 floors. He also took note that the buttons for the 16th floor and above had small locks printed on them, meaning you needed authorization to enter them, something he did not see in the elevators on the left side building, and the top floors were accessible there. Those floors must be keeping all the information about the school events alongside student and staff information and such, thus the protection. As he finished that line of thought, he saw that they had reached the 15th floor. When they stepped out, he noticed that many students had started coming into the school. "We have arrived," he heard, giving his attention to the robot. Indeed, they were now in front of the principal's office door. "The principal is waiting inside for you. I will now take my leave." With its task finished, the robot left Izuku alone. Izuku watched the robot leave, and when it left Izuku's sight entering an elevator, Izuku looked back at the door to the office. Why would the principal want to meet me now, and right before the classes start, he thought. No matter how long this takes, I will be late to class, considering my homeroom is on the 12th floor, and the other side of the school building, which means that Principal Nezu wants me to miss the start of the class, and why he wants that can only be known after he enters the office, Izuku concluded. He looked to the left of the door where a small button was installed. He pressed the button. Nothing, he thought, not hearing the sound of the bell from inside, which confirmed that the office was soundproof. "Come in," came the voice of Nezu from the speaker on top of the bell. Hearing that, Izuku opened the door to enter. He looked forward to seeing Nezu sitting calmly behind his desk. Izuku looked around the room, giving it a quick look. The room was as big as a classroom, with peach-colored walls, a white ceiling, and brown furniture. A sofa set and glass table in the corner, another table with 6 drawers, a coffee and tea machine on top next to a cheesecake, and lastly a computer on the principal's desk. Izuku made these observations while moving closer to the desk. "Welcome, young Midoriya. Please have a seat, I would like to talk to you." Nezu started, and Izuku took a seat in front of him in one of the 2 chairs. "Good morning, sir. I hope you had a peaceful night's rest," Izuku greeted, starting a conversation formally. Nezu smiled softly. "I did. I hope you as well. This is your first day in school," Nezu answered. Yes, I did. This school is beautiful, and I am honored to be a student here. I am glad to hear that. I noticed that you came quite early on your first day. May I ask why that is? Questioned Nezu. Well, I just wanted to familiarize myself with the school's layout to have an easier time in the future. I apologize if that bothered anyone, Izuku answered in a gentle and sincere tone. There is no need to apologize, young Midoriya. I was just curious since normally only senior students from support courses come as early as you on the first day of school, Nezu said. Sir, if I may ask, did you ask me to come here right before the classes start to make me late? Izuku asked. Nezu smiled and closed his eyes. What do you mean, young Midoriya? Are you trying to say that I purposefully made you late for your class? Yes, that's exactly what I believe you did, Izuku answered. Nezu raised his eyebrows, slightly surprised at the allegation Izuku made. Most people would not have done that, especially a student. Oh, and why is that? He questioned. Because the first thing you said was, I noticed that you came quite early on your first day. May I ask why that is? Those were your exact words. You knew I was here almost an hour early, and wanted to know why. You could have asked me right away when I entered the school, but you didn't install the time till right before classes. Moreover, it's not that unusual for a student to be early, which means you plan to make me late for my first day of classes. For what reason? I want to know. Izuku explained everything he wanted to in one go and waited for Nezu to answer calmly. Nezu didn't let it show on his face, but he was a bit surprised. He was right, Izuku Midoriya was not your normal high school level student. He made all those observations and saw through Nezu's plan, and that was exactly why Nezu was interested in Izuku, but Izuku was still his student now and Nezu simply couldn't let Izuku get the victory that easily. Well, you are smart one, young Midoriya, to see through my little plan that easily. Not many have done that before, especially not a student. Nezu complimented. But I am afraid I can't tell you why I did that. I am sorry, Nezu apologized. Izuku let out a sigh. He already knew that Nezu would say that, and he also knew that Nezu was aware of Izuku's knowledge of that. Till now both Izuku and Nezu were on the same page, but this is where Izuku would try to get something out of the situation and Nezu wanted to know what Izuku would try. Izuku raised his head and made eye contact with Nezu, now a bit more confident and calculating than before. Well then, sir, I hope you can compensate me in some way. I did lose the chance to meet my sensei and classmate, maybe even missed the introduction in class as well as the entrance ceremony and orientation. I hope you can give me something in return, he said. Nezu's eyes narrowed slightly, still with a smile on his face. Where is he going with this? Nezu thought and answered. You make an excellent point, and of course, I will compensate in some way if you want anything as long as it's in an appropriate limit. Of course, sir, and I have something in mind I want. Already, Nezu thought. Well, what will it be, young man? He questioned. I would to read a list of all the students and staff members in the school currently, with limitations. Please make your decision after hearing the limits. Izuku put forth his request. Nezu almost let himself show the surprise he felt, the keyword being, almost. He managed to stop in time and compose himself. Information. He wanted information on all the students and staff, Nezu thought. Well, young Midoriya, I am sure you know that your demand is a bit too much, but I can hear your limitations, said Nezu, to which Izuku agreed. Izuku requests to see a list of all students and staff members at UA High School with certain limitations. Nezu agrees with some conditions. Izuku only wants basic information like names, ages, quirks without details, photos, and roles. After some talking, Nezu decided to play along. Very well. Please hold this tablet, Nezu said as he brought out a tablet from a drawer in his desk and handed it to Izuku. Izuku noticed that the white table had a UA symbol on its back like Nezu's computer screen. He turned his head to Nezu again when he started to speak. In a minute you will be able to access that information, Nezu explained. I see, Izuku said and waited patiently. After a few minutes, Izuku got the information he wanted and started reading it, while Nezu quietly started doing his own work, only breaking the silence more than 30 minutes later when he noticed that Aizawa had inquired about Izuku, which brings us back to the present. Remembering the day's events up until now, Izuku had another question asked. Sir, What do you want me to do next? I have already missed the most important part of the day. Izuku asked. Nezu replied, yes, you are indeed right, it will be a waste, maybe you should skip the class for today, I will excuse you for today as an apology for keeping you here. Very well then, Izuku agreed, yes, but please remember that this is only for today. I will excuse your absence for no actual reason since I am the reason that you missed your classes. You will be marked present today since you came to the school, but from tomorrow you will be treated like any other student, and getting to meet like this is not normal, so in future, if you want a private conversation with me then you will have to make an appointment and wait. Is all that understood? Finished Nezu. Yes, I understand sir. Izuku also answered in a calm tone that matched Nezu's. One more thing, it's about your hero suit. I couldn't help but notice how different your request was compared to the other students. Are you sure that's all you want in your costume? He questioned. For now, yes, if I need any changes, I just have to fill out an application with any modifications I want, right? Asked Izuku, to which Nezu agreed. Also, I will send you the information about what happens in your class tomorrow morning. You can go through it till lunch break. After that you will have a battle trial exercise with your class, Nezu said, and Izuku thanked him, grateful for the offer. If nothing else is left, may I take my leave? Izuku questioned. Yes, you may, thank you for your time, Nezu answered. Likewise, and with the Izuku gave a small bow and left the office. When he did, Nezu smiled a bit more and a single thought ran through his mind. You are an interesting one, Izuku Midoriya. Chapter -1.4. The next day at UA High School. It's Tuesday, April 2nd, and everything was normal. Students went about their day till after lunch break. In Class 1A the students were excited. Why? They were told that they were going to have their first heroics class after lunch and all the students were excited. I wonder who our heroics teacher is? Questioned a golden-haired boy named Denki Kaminari. Whoever they are, I bet they are manly, exclaimed a red-haired boy with a grin. His name is Eijiro Kirishima. Any guesses on who it could be? Questioned another excited student to the whole class. Her name was Mina Ashido. Everyone please sit back on your seats, the teacher must be on his way. If he sees us like this, we will make a bad first impression, said a boy with a slightly louder voice than the others, while making a chopping motion with his right hand. His name is Tenya Ida. Well, maybe you should take your own advice because right now you are the only one standing, said a girl with long earlobes. Her name was Kyoko Jiro, and as she said, Ida was the only one standing facing the rest of the class as he was sitting nearest to the classroom door. B blushed in embarrassment, fixed his glass with his right hand, and sat down quietly, making the others giggle. Then everyone started hearing something that sounded like a giant running. Ah, can anyone hear that, or am I the only one? No, I am sure I hear something too. Sounds like something huge is moving closer to us. Should we be worried right now? Before anyone answered that question, the sound that was coming closer to the room, making everyone a bit tense, suddenly stopped. Who? Was the collective thought of everyone in the class. Then suddenly the door burst open and a huge Many entered in a weird pose and yelled, I am here, entering the room like a normal person. Even though he did not enter like a normal person, everyone ignored it and yelled the same words, All Might. The man who had entered the class and shocked all the students with his presence is none other than All Might, the #1 hero in the world. Yes, young students, I am All Might and I will be your heroics teacher today, he exclaimed again. Wait, seriously, All Might is out, teacher? Exclaimed Kaminari. I heard rumors that he was going to be a teacher here at UA, but I didn't think it was true. Exclaimed Kaminari. Similar to their reaction, the entire class was in awe and some were whispering similar things to each other while some decided to keep their thoughts to themselves. Regardless, All Might have a job to do and he didn't want to waste any precious time. Now, I am sure you all have questions, but to summarize things, going forward I am going to be one of your heroics teachers. If there are still questions, I will try to answer them later because right now we all have to go for our battle trial training, and for that you all will need your hero costumes. He exclaimed again and pointed to the wall opposite the classroom door where small compartments opened up and several briefcases appeared, making the students excited. Those are your costumes, please pick the briefcase that your student number is printed on, All Might exclaimed again. So cool, that's UA for ya, the best. Interesting. Everyone had something to say while picking up their briefcase. Kirishima noticed something. Sensei, someone's costume is missing. He informed All Might and got everyone's attention. The slot for number 1 is empty. He finished. Indeed, he was right, the slot for number 1 was empty. This confused the students, but All Might had an answer. Young Kirishima, no need to worry about that. That briefcase was delivered to its owner during the lunch break. We will meet him in the training ground, All Might explained. The students listened to All Might's words despite having questions and proceeded to the changing room. Eventually, Class 1A was gathered in the ground beta after changing into their hero costumes. Hey, anyone know where is All Might? Someone asked. Before anyone said something, a booming voice called, again. I am here. Someone yelled and a huge figure descended from the sky and landed in front of the class loudly. It was All Might. Now let's begin the class, he said. Sensei, the new student, where are they? Questioned Momo with her right arm half raised. Of course the new student, All Might said, but he had almost forgotten about the new student. Can the new student come out, if you are here? He yelled a bit awkward at the end, not sure if the student was here. A few seconds passed and All Might wondered if the student was there. Who is the student not here? He couldn't help but think. But then, I am here, Sensei. Came a calm voice from behind All Might which startled him. He let out a small scream and turned to see whom the voice belonged to, only to find a handsome young man looking at him. Now the entire class was looking at the boy. Are you the last student? All Might questioned the boy calmly standing before his eyes. The boy slightly looked up and met All Might's gaze. He replied, yes, Sensei, I am. Then he shifted a bit to the left to face the whole class and All Might, and introduced himself. My name is Izuku Midoriya. I'm your classmate. I was absent yesterday for private reasons that were approved by the school. It's a pleasure to meet you all. He ended his introduction with a polite bow and made sure they wouldn't ask his reason for being absent by adding the word, private. Izuku was wearing a dark blue shirt under a black jacket zipped up to the top with 2 pockets, black sweatpants with 2 pockets, and black runner shoes. He also had a pair of gloves which he wasn't wearing right now. With his costume, he had a utility vest with a few pouches like the other students, but he also had 2 katanas attached to the left side of his waist, both in black sheaths. Because of his slightly baggy clothes, it was hard to tell how physically toned he was, which was the point. Izuku picked this style because he wanted to make it difficult for his opponents to tell what type of physique he has, which would make it harder to tell what kind of fighter he is, and the dark-colored theme is to help with camouflage. Most of the students were done examining Izuku and had started muttering things about him to each other as any normal group of teenagers would. Man, he looks cool. Wow, he's cute. Someone let her thoughts slip out. What? He looks manly. He looks strong. He looks like a nice person. I hope he is as kind as he looks. These were some things they had in mind, but one had a different thought than the others. It was Katsuki Bakugo. Bakugo's face was scrunched up in confusion. Izuku Midoriya. Why does that name sound a bit familiar? He thought. But everyone was snapped out of their thoughts when All Might spoke. Well, young Midoriya, it is good to have you here. As you may know, I am All Might and I am one of your heroics teachers. If you have any questions, you can ask me. He said in his usual booming voice. Izuku wanted to ask why he was yelling but decided against it. Seeing that he finally got the chance to start the class, All Might didn't waste any time. Now I don't want to waste any of your precious time, students, so I will begin your instruction. He spoke. Now all the students were paying attention to him. All Might then explains the training trial. The villains will guard a nuclear weapon they intend on deploying and the heroes must stop their scheme. If the heroes capture the villains or reach the nuclear core before time runs out, they win. If the villains manage to keep the nuclear core for the whole time or they capture the heroes, they win. Everyone processed the information and Ida with his right hand raised as high as he could asked a question. Sensei, how will the teams be decided? He questioned loudly. Yes, I was going to explain that. All Might started to answer and then explained again. The teams will be decided by lottery, he said, pulling out a yellow box with a wrist-sized hole on top of it. Ida again asked a question. Sensei, is that really the best way? Before All Might answered, Izuku stepped in, getting everyone's attention. Yes, I believe this method has a meaning to it. During emergencies, a hero may have to team up with heroes from other agencies or unfamiliar faces, in which case teaming up by lottery will be a good exercise. Izuku explained. You are correct, young Midoriya, he praised Izuku, giving a nod of appreciation. Now let's begin, he exclaimed. One by one, everyone walked to a box and pulled out a ball with a letter on it. When Izuku's turn came, he reached out for a ball. He pulled out a ball with the letter A on it. However, the surface of the ball is like glass, he thought, but quickly put the ball in a second box and moved away to let the others have their turn. Once the teams were paired, everyone began to find their partners. Izuku saw that he was in Group A. He looked around to find his partner, who was, if I am not wrong, it's the girl with brown hair, Ochako Uraraka. I remember reading her data yesterday. She is 15 years old and her quirk is an emitter type called Zero Gravity. From the name it seems she can manipulate gravity somehow. He recalled. He looked around and soon found her. She was standing looking around for him. He walked to her. Excuse me, I am your partner, he said, now next to her at an appropriate distance, getting her attention. She looked at him and after registering his words gave a bright smile. Oh, you're the new guy, right? Your name is Izuku Midoriya if I am not wrong, she confirmed. Yes, I am. Nice to meet you, he answered. Hi, I am Ochako Uraraka, it's also nice to meet you, she answered with her smile still present. Likewise, Uraraka-san, Izuku replied. Her costume is skin tight with a pink and black theme. Let's do our best. Yes, we will, he agreed. May I know about your quirk, Uraraka-san? For when our turn comes, he asked. She looked at him and said, sure, she said with a beaming smile and began to explain her quirk. Uraraka's quirk gives her the power to nullify the effects of gravity on solid targets, living and non-living, by touching them with the pads on her fingertips, causing them to become weightless and float. She can cancel the effect of her quirk by touching her finger pads together. Before she could ask him about his quirk, they heard All Might's voice and later she would forget about asking him that question. Their attention was taken by All Might alongside the others and the trial started. All Might instructed the villain team to set the bomb wherever they liked inside the building within 5 minutes of entering the building, while the rest of the class was taken to a room with several monitors to examine the teams. While everyone started to talk to each other about who would win, his attention was drawn when some of his classmates approached him while waiting for their classmates to get into position. Hey, there man, Izuku looked at the person the voice belonged to and recognized him as Eijiro Kirishima. My name is Eijiro Kirishima, and you are Izuku Midoriya, right? Yes, nice to meet you Kirishima-san, Izuku replied. Man, those are some cool swords you have there, came another voice. Izuku turned to see, sup, name's Denki Kaminari, nice to meet ya, he said. Nice to meet you Kaminari-san, I assume you also know my name from my introduction earlier. Izuku questioned. Yeah, I did. That was a cool entry, it's like you just came out of thin air man, it was kinda cool, Kaminari commented with a grin. Izuku faced him properly and replied, while it was not my intention to look cool, I am still glad my introduction was pleasant, he spoke with a polite smile. Another question came to Izuku, it was from Mina Ashido. Hey, so are you good with the sword? She asked with left forefinger on her cheek. Izuku noticed that now everyone in the room was paying attention, must be because his abilities were unknown. He looked at Mina and then at his swords, he then placed his left hand on them and said with a small smile, I would like to believe I am. I have trained for more than 10 years in the art of swordsmanship, so I would like to believe I am at least decent. This surprised everyone a little. 10 years is a long time. If Izuku is being honest and has trained for more than 10 years, then that means he has been training since he was 5 or 6 years old. For a child to stay dedicated for that long is both impressive and admirable, not to mention the skills he must have accumulated over the years. Some students looked at Izuku with a newfound while a few looked at him with narrowed eyes. How strong is he? Thought a boy with dual-colored hair, his eyes narrowing dangerously. While another had a more chaotic thought, I will blast him to pieces and along with these other extras and then become the best. This was Bakugo. while some students had more peaceful things to say. "Man, that's sick dude, awesome," came from Kaminari. "It appears you are quite disciplined, Midoriya-san. I am glad to meet you," Ida said. "Man, 10 years of hard work, that's so manly bro," said Kirishima, who looked on the verge of tears, which Izuku believed was a bit extreme but appreciated the kind words nevertheless. "Thank you everyone, but I believe all of us here have our special skills that we have refined over the years, so this is nothing special," he said, being humble. Before anyone said anything, he looked at the monitors and said, "It appears that both teams are ready, so let's observe, shall we? I believe our 4 classmates will show their own unique skills. Today may prove to be a good learning experience." After hearing his words, they all paid attention to their classmates on the screen, taking Izuku's words to heart, hoping to learn as much as they could today. All Might was observing everything and was impressed and pleased with both Izuku's words and personality so far, so he had trained in something that he can use without any quirk, and he also appears to have a nice personality. I don't see or sense any kind of deception in his eyes or words, and he is already trying to learn from his classmates' performance and encouraging his classmates to do the same. Now I want to see his performance, he thought with a smile, and began to observe the match. Meanwhile, somewhere in a dark room, a person was sitting on a chair staring at the monitor before his eyes. The light showed a bit of his face and his eyes. He looked like he needed both grooming and sleep. However, his eyes were glued to the monitor, staring at the live video feed of Izuku Midoriya standing the observation room for ground beta with his class and teacher. As the camera zoomed in on Izuku, this person's eyes narrowed. Back in the observation room, about 1 hour had passed and now only one match was left, and one of the teams was Izuku's and the other one was. He turned his head to see that the boy with blonde hair and red eyes was staring at him, and Uraraka with a menacing look and a huge grin, while his teammate's expression was covered under his helmet. Bakugo's classmates were intimidated by his fierce expression, but Izuku appeared calm and composed. The two locked their gaze in a stare down, with Bakugo's eyes burning with unbridled fury, capable of destroying anything in their path. His gaze reflected not only anger but also a sense of superiority. On the other hand, Izuku's serene eyes looked like a clear river, but there was a hidden pressure lurking beneath the surface. The powerful current could easily overwhelm anyone who dared to delve too deeply. Izuku's calm look had determination and unyielding resolve in them, which made it clear that he did not fear Bakugo. All Might noticed the tension building up between his two students, so he coughed nervously to get their attention and stop the stare down. Bakugo gave him a menacing look, but All Might didn't let it bother him. On the other hand, when Izuku saw All Might, he looked at him with his usual kind eyes and mouthed an apology for the stare down. All Might was glad that at least one of them was aware they shouldn't hold any animosity towards each other. Since those were the only teams left, the matchup was obvious. "Now both teams head out," All Might instructed. And with the two teams moved out, Uraraka was a bit nervous after witnessing the stare down between her teammate and the opponents. "Let's go," she snapped out of her thoughts when Izuku called her. "Why yes," she replied and followed him. She was still nervous. "Don't worry," she heard and looked up. Izuku, while waking to the building, his head slightly tilted, and with a small encouraging smile he continued, "Don't worry, I have a plan. Help me and we will win." "A plan?" she asked in confusion, loud enough only for him to hear. Izuku only nodded and looked forward, and while he did, All Might gave a glance at his back without anyone noticing. "This student, who is he exactly?" he thought. "I have seen a few strong kids in my time, but young Midoriya is different from all of them. The air around him is completely different from the others." In the entire time they were in this room, Izuku hadn't let his guard down even once. All Might's experienced eyes could tell that because Izuku's shoulders were slightly stiff the entire time, and to top that off he was concealing the fact that he was on guard extremely well too. It took him more than half an hour to notice that, and that was a great feat. What All Might didn't know is that Izuku knew All Might noticed him. Inside the building, the villain team consisting of Katsuki, Bakugo and Tenya Ida was on the top floor. "I don't like the idea of acting like a villain, but if that's what we must do then I will give it my all," he said enthusiastically. He then looked at the huge fake bomb that was even bigger than him. "So this is what we have to protect, who?" He looked at his partner who seemed to get going out of the room. Hey Bakugo-san, where are you going? Ida asked in confusion. Bakugo didn't care much about Ida. His face had a look of rage and his mind was consumed with the image of Izuku Midoriya's fearless face. That bastard! Bakugo gritted his teeth while thinking about Izuku. He didn't even flinch. Bakugo didn't show it, but he was left surprised. He had never met someone who had ever stood up to him until now. Katsuki Bakugo's plan was simple. He would get into UA, beat all the extras, then beat All Might, and then take the top spot. He was the best, but he didn't expect to meet someone who wouldn't yield. That Dame Extra, I can tell that he thinks he can beat me, he thought with his teeth grinding even more and nerves were now visible on his forehead. Then another sinister-looking grin appeared on his face. No matter, I will crush him now and show him his place and then back to the original plan, he thought. Then a voice came over the speakers, match begins, heroes may enter. Came the booming voice of All Might. He completely ignored Ida's questions and ran out of the room as soon as All Might said those words, leaving Ida alone to protect the bomb. Chapter -1.6. Outside the building, Uraraka was looking at Izuku confused. The reason for her confusion was that, as soon as All Might gave them the signal to go inside, Izuku turned right and jogged to the side of the building. Follow me, I'd like first to finish in the shortest time possible, he said, and she began running behind him still confused. In under 30 seconds, they reached the back of the building and stood at the estimated center point of the building wall. The bomb is right above us on the 5th floor, he said while looking above the window of that floor, his voice as calm as always. Wait, how do you know that? Uraraka questioned, confused. He looked at her, remembering he never got to tell her about his quirk. My quirk, he answered. Now you are going to help me with getting up there. Use your quirk on me. Who? She looked. He looked at her again and tilted his head slightly. Your quirk lets you turn anything or anyone's gravity once you touch them, right? Her eyes lit up as she realized what was happening and let out a bright smile. Yeah, I get it, let's do this. She then touched his shoulder and used her quirk on him. He jumped up and zero gravity took him up to the window of the 5th floor. He noticed that Ida was rehearsing, doing a poor job of acting like a villain. However, Izuku's face didn't change. If he was amused, he didn't let it show. His face was composed and eyes held a look of seriousness. He then looked at the fake bomb that was right in front of him. He was completely focused. Without making a sound, he unsheathed his katana and slipped his katana through the small gap in the window. He quickly brought down his blade and cut through the window lock with ease. The cut was clean and didn't make the smallest of sounds. He brought his blade back, put it back in its sheath, and slowly opened the window. He put his foot on the edge of the window and signaled Uraraka to stop her quirk. He stepped in and touched the bomb, and the announcement came from the speakers in a few seconds. Young Midoriya have reached the bomb. The heroes team is the winner. All Might's loud voice came. Ida, shocked at the announcement, quickly turned around while letting out a "What?" He turned to see Izuku standing there calmly with his right hand on the bomb and the window behind him open. He was dumbstruck at the sight. It took him a few more seconds to process that he lost, and when he did, he stuttered out, how did you?" He was cut off when the door slammed open and an enraged Bakugo came in and yelled, "What the hell did you do?" He yelled, looking as angry as humanly possible. Izuku, however, wasn't fazed even a bit and looked at them calmly. "I know you two must have questions, but let's answer them with the rest of the class." He then looked at one of the cameras in the room, knowing that the class and All Might was watching them live. He then looked back at the two and continued, "All the monitors are only set on camera inside the building, so they must have questions too." He then peeked out of the window and told Uraraka to meet up in the monitor room and then walked past the other two and walked to the monitor room. Soon Ida and Bakugo followed him, with Bakugo still in rage. Inside the monitor room, the class and All Might were also confused. Everyone watched Izuku and Uraraka move from the front door and expected them to enter from any of the windows or doors, but they never did, and less than a minute later they saw Izuku standing next to the fake bomb with his hand on it. It was then All Might announced his team as the winner. Now everyone was waiting for them to come here and explain things, and a few minutes later when they arrived, Izuku was bombarded with questions. "What just happened? How did you do that? That was too fast. Do you have a teleportation quirk?" All Might noticed that Izuku, to his credit, didn't look overwhelmed or surprised, something All Might hoped he could do when he was surrounded by reporters. Izuku ignored them for now and walked to the control panel. It was a basic system. If you read the label under the buttons, you could use it easily, and the computer interface was normal as well. Izuku examined it for a few seconds and then looked at the monitors on the wall and began to use it. The answer is here, he said as the monitor for the room with the bomb was changed from live to recording and showed the time when Izuku climbed in the window and touched the bomb. A few seconds later, All Might announced them as the winners. Now everyone was dumbstruck, but someone managed to ask a question. Wait, so Midoriya-san and Uraraka-san just went around the building and went through the window? Jiro asked. He looked at her and answered, yes, I presume no one noticed me going through the window. Mostly everyone was too focused on finding us on the lower floor cameras. Yes, that's what happened, but how did you reach the 5th floor? Was it your quirk? Questioned Momo. Izuku now looked at her, and everyone was paying attention to his answers. He spoke, no, Yaoyorozu-san, it was Uraraka-san's quirk. I believe you all know about it from the test that took place yesterday. Her quirk helped me float up to the window after I located them to be at the 5th floor. He explained. Everyone was dumbfounded. Then All Might broke the silence. Splendid ly done, young Midoriya and young Uraraka. And young Midoriya thought outside the box, or should I say, outside the building. He said loudly, actually believing he made a good joke. Everyone snapped out of their thoughts after hearing the bad joke but brushed it off and looked at Midoriya, and one person commented. Guess that was only possible for their team, reaching the window. No one else had the quirks suited for that, Kirishima said. Everyone agreed to it, but one student had to say something. It's Izuku again. I'm afraid I have to disagree with you, Kirishima-san. He started getting everyone's attention. The person in the dark room was still watching and listening to everything that was happening, raised his eyebrow. In the principal's office, Nezu was also watching everything and thought, did he figure it out? Back in the monitor room with the class. What do you mean, Midoriya-san? Clearly your team was the only one that could do it, right? Kirishima asked, genuinely confused. No, Kirishima-san, I believe everyone in this room had a good chance of winning their match. Doesn't matter if they were the hero team or the villain. Many questions came to everyone's mind, but, let me explain, Izuku said, and they all listened, hoping to get their answers. He looked at everyone and saw he had their attention, even the Bakugo and Todoroki, though one was still angry from his defeat while the other was wondering why Izuku said every team could win, which implies that his opponents could win as well. Lastly, All Might, since even he didn't know how every team could win. Izuku discussed the hero teams. He shared suggestions on how they could have collaborated better in the exercise. He went through each team and pointed out areas where they could have improved. Everyone listened to him attentively. His ideas were impressive, and some classmates were surprised by them. In the end, he acknowledged that these strategies were not foolproof, but they had a good chance at success. The class thought of a moment, both impressed and surprised at the amazing strategies Izuku presented, and they were all similar. One person either distracted or located the enemy while the other got to the bomb, and all were doable. If you put it like that, these teams were oddly specific. One person was capable of being the distraction and the other was able to climb to the top floor. But the teams were decided by lottery, so can such pairings be made? This is more than just a coincidence, Momo said. Izuku looked at her and said, you are right, this is not a coincidence, the villain and hero teams were predetermined. He explained. Hoo, was the reaction of everyone. What do you mean, Midoriya-san? The teams, and their roles were picked by lottery man, how can they be predetermined? Questioned Kaminari with a small chuckle at the beginning. Izuku looked at him with a small smile and a sharp look. He had the look of someone who knew too much and was going to dump his knowledge on them. Izuku began, yes, I am sure that's what the school wants us to think. Izuku said, confusing all his classmates. Izuku questioned himself if he should continue. I am in too deep to stop now, he thought as he noticed his classmates' confused and questioning looks, and continued. The villain teams have someone for recon and heavy damage. Like Bakugo-san and Ida-san from Team D, both are good at direct combat. Ashido-san and Aoyama-san from Team E could limit mobility and attack with acid and laser quirk. Team F with Sato-san getting stronger and Kota-san attacking with his quirk or strength. Jiro-san and Kaminari-san from Team G can stun with sound and finish with electric attacks. Lastly, Hagakure-san can stealth attack and Ojiro-san can knock them out with his heavy tail. Izuku had plans for every scenario. However, Izuku had more, and with the appetizers done, it was time for the main course to begin. The point is, for teams made by lotteries, the pairs are quite effectively balanced for the roles they had to play, roles that were also decided by lotteries. He proceeded to express his observations about the task assigned to the students, stating, "On only the second day of school, we are expected to perform a task without any formal training in the hero department. It is my belief that this task is an unrealistic goal to achieve." He then started speaking while walking to the box with the lottery ball. "After noticing this, I concluded that these trials were not meant to teach us but to examine us," he said, again confusing everyone more. "What do you mean, examine us? This is too complicated for me." Izuku again ignored the questions in favor of giving the proof. He reached to the box, put his hand in, and pulled out a ball, and it was ball A. "Hey, that's what you got last time too. That's a cool coincidence," Mina said in her usual childlike manner. Hearing this, Izuku smiled again and said, "Or not." He pulled out another ball and showed it to the class. "Hoo, letter A again. How's that possible?" Kirishima said out loud what everyone was thinking. Everyone was confused. Even All Might was confused. "Am I missing something here?" he thought. In the principal's office, Nezu was chuckling madly. It was almost scary. He did figure it out. In the dark room, the mystery man was also shocked. How did he? He questioned no one in particular. Back in the monitor room, things were getting more confusing by the second. Everyone, when Izuku answered one question, a few came up. Then Izuku suddenly threw one ball at Kirishima and the other at Kaminari, which they caught, and the ball in Kirishima changed from A to J and the one in Kaminari's hand changed from A to G, shocking everyone including All Might, which was again noticed by Izuku, and it was something he was not expecting. "So All Might doesn't know," he concluded. Izuku, still with his kind and patient look and a small smile, spoke up again. "Before you ask, I'll explain." He looked to see that everyone wanted the answers to what was happening. A few minutes ago, this was a normal class and normal trial, but now it was a chaos of questions and confusion. Izuku explained, "If you observe closely, you will notice that the balls have a digital display and mostly a fingerprint scanner. This is a government school, the most trusted one, and they possess our biometric data, including our fingerprints. When you touch the ball, the display changes the letter to the team that was predetermined for you. The school also decided on the matchups. In simpler terms, the matchups were fixed." Everyone looked at All Might, who himself was having a hard time hiding his confusion. Principal Nezu did ask me to always decide on hero teams first, but never told me why. But if he told me to do that, then young Midoriya's words make sense. But why wasn't I informed about any of this? All Might though. In the principal office, Nezu was wondering how he would tell All Might that he simply didn't trust All Might's acting skills and was worried that if he knew, then he would somehow let information slip. This answered a few of the questions. The pairings and matchups were made in a way so everyone had a chance to win, but that didn't answer all of them. "Wait, so how did it scan my fingerprint through gloves?" she questioned. Answer that genius. Came the angry remark of Bakugo. He was standing sideways with his arms folded the entire time. He was still mad about being defeated. "If you take a closer look, you will observe that those of you who are wearing gloves as part of your costume have special patterns on them that resemble fingerprints. These patterns are most likely designed to replace your actual fingerprints, and the data related to them is only accessible to the school," Izuku explained. Sure enough, those who checked found the prints. Now one more question came to mind. Why? Izuku was the one who said that, and everyone looked at him. He continued, "You must be confused as to why the school do this, right?" Everyone nodded. "Let me explain." In the principal's office, it was now Nezu's turn to be surprised. Did he figure out the why as well? He muttered. Back with Izuku. "The reason is to make our curriculum," he said. "Make our curriculum," repeated the entire class. "Make their curriculum." All Might thought. Yes, It's important to keep in mind that we all aspire to become heroes, but we are not all starting from the same level. While I did mention that every team had a chance at winning today, it was due to specific conditions such as the limited space we were in and the priority of protection or reaching the bomb. For instance, it's unlikely that any of you could defeat Bakugo-san and Todoroki-san in direct combat at this time. Izuku paused, giving his words time to sink in. Bakugo smirked, while Todoroki turned his head away and closed his eyes, appearing uninterested. The others looked down in disappointment, as they had witnessed Bakugo and Todoroki's abilities during the quirk apprehension test and now during the battle trials, and knew that Izuku was correct. So, I guess we will never be as good as them hee, muttered Kaminari sadly with a chuckle of disappointment at the end. People felt worse than before. No one wanted to know that their dream was easier to achieve for others. Seeing their reaction, Bakugo let out a tisk, and looked away, and Todoroki turned his head more to the opposite wall. They couldn't be happy for simply being born with better genes. All Might wanted to say something to encourage his students but wasn't sure what to say. After all, he was number one because he also has a better quirk, so anything from him wouldn't work well either. Both Nezu and the mystery man behind the camera also wanted to say something to the kids but couldn't. I never said you can't be as great. Everyone looked at the source of this voice. It was Izuku. What? One person said. I mean, you guys can be as good as those two are currently and go even past that level if you train the right way, and that's why this test happened in the first place, Izuku said. This made everyone feel better. Yesterday, we had the quirk test at school, which assessed how we use our abilities in different scenarios and how creatively we can apply them. The test data was then used to determine the best teams and roles for today's battle trials. During the trials, the school observed how we used our quirks in real-life situations and identified areas where we need to improve individually. Along with basic hero training skills such as rescue operations, this information will help us to develop ourselves further. He finished by giving a small encouraging smile and said, I believe that if we all work hard, we can improve. A few moments passed when, hell yeah, he's right, I won't give up so soon. If I'm not strong enough now, then we'll become stronger, Kaminari said, now enthusiastic again. Yeah, let's get stronger and become the best heroes. Kirishima also joined in. Soon the rest of the class also joined in, now more motivated than others. Once everyone calmed down, Todoroki finally spoke. Midoriya-san, you have some good theories, but how do you even know about the balls being made of glass or that the gloves have fingerprint replacement on them? This question was by far the most appreciated by everyone there. Yeah, who did you even get suspicious of? The only time we interacted with the balls was during the lotteries, so you had to have noticed that the balls were made of glass since back then, right? Own analysis. Izuku answered the two recommended students of the class. You are right, I noticed the ball's surface was made of glass when I first held it. And about the gloves, he then reached for a pouch on his utility belt with his right hand and brought out a black pair of gloves. This is where it starts, he said. Some were about to question what this meant when, I get it, Momo exclaimed, and everyone looked at her. She blushed a bit, having been seen acting like a child. By quickly composing herself, she looked at Izuku. You noticed the prints on your gloves which you found odd and began suspecting things, right? She questioned. Yes, he answered. What, that wasn't enough to suspect things that much, was it? That came from Jiro. He looked at her. It wasn't, but then, when everyone was shocked after watching Todoroki-san's abilities, I used that time of distraction to check the balls and confirmed that they were heavy enough to have some mechanism inside, and the letter A on it was glowing ever so slightly, something I couldn't notice when we were outside in the sunlight, and that multiple of them got the letter A after I touched them. He explained. What? Everyone said loudly. You mean he had enough time to check that box? Man, I didn't even notice. Did I really let my guard down that much? Our young Midoriya is just that skilled. All Might questioned himself. He looked at Izuku. No matter what, I need to talk to Principal Nezu about him. Even if I was surprised, only someone skilled in stealth can do that, he thought. Meanwhile, Nezu and Mystery Man were checking to see if it was true and confirmed that Izuku indeed went to check the balls. They were both wondering how the timing was when even they were distracted. Still to confirm everything I have to ask you, if I am right can you tell us, Izuku said as he looked at All Might. Yes, All Might can you tell us? Is Midoriya-san right? Now all the students bombarded him with similar questions. All Might didn't know what to do. He looked at Izuku and then the class, and then back to Izuku. The truth was that he didn't know and was about to tell them that, when. Oh, I wasn't asking you sensei, he said. All Might let out a, hoo, along with the others. I was asking you. Izuku looked over All Might's shoulder, right at the camera, Principal Nezu. He finished with a smile, calm as ever. What, Principal Nezu? Where is he? Obviously not here. Who are you talking to, Midoriya-san? Some students asked while the others followed Izuku's line of sight after All Might turned to see what Izuku was looking at, to notice a security camera. Principal Nezu has been watching us this whole time, am I right, Principal Nezu? He said, still looking at the camera. Before anyone could say anything, a voice came from the speakers in the room. Yes, I have been watching you all, my precious students, came the calm voice of Principal Nezu. Wait, the principal himself was watching our performance, questioned Ida while making a chopping motion with this right hand. Yes, I was. I wanted to see how your class would do since I made the pairings and matchups, but I must ask, young Midoriya, how did you know I was watching you all and how did you avoid being noticed on the camera? Nezu questioned. All eyes turned to Izuku once again, and he responded, when I entered the monitor room, I noticed that the camera outside of this room blinked green. Later, when I entered this room, I saw the small light on the camera blink red, indicating that the camera inside had switched from recording to live feed. This meant that the camera outside was on a live feed and had turned back to record mode when the light turned green. However, the other students were having trouble understanding his explanation. Midoriya-san, I am not sure I understand the red and green light part clearly, can you explain? Jiro asked and all the other students nodded. Of course, he said, turning to face the classroom. I want to make sure everyone understands how our school cameras work. They have a small light on the circular lens at the bottom. When the light is off, the cameras are always recording. However, if someone switches to the live feed to see what's happening in real time, the light on the camera will blink red. This means that the camera was in recording mode, but someone with access to it opened the live feed. If someone turns off the live feed, the camera will go back to record mode, and the light on the camera will blink green. I hope this explanation clears up any confusion. I see, so when you entered you managed to notice the change in lights, meaning someone went out of live feed, and you also managed to catch the light on the camera inside blink red and realized that someone went from the first camera to the second, Momo summarized. Yes, and I was watching for changes in the light on the camera from the various reflections on the monitor panels. When I saw the camera light blink green I went to investigate the lottery balls, Izuku explained the rest. I see, that was quite smart of you, young Midoriya, Nezu praised him. I am flattered, sir, he said and bowed slightly towards the camera. Sir, since you have been watching us this entire time, can you please tell us if my theories were right? Izuku asked. Yes, I can, and I will, Nezu answered. Now everyone's eyes widened slightly in excitement wanting to know the answer. Young Midoriya, all of your theories were right, Nezu dropped the confirmation. No way, so, he was right after all. Man, that's so sick. It seems he figured it all out without his quirk. Wait, so you figured it all out without your quirk, or maybe you have an intelligence enhancement quirk? Questioned Mineta. Now everyone looked again at Izuku. If he used his quirk for that then things would make much more sense, but if he had that level of natural intelligence then he would establish himself as someone amazing. Either way, Izuku Midoriya was right now one of the best students in the class with his intelligence alone, and if this was without his quirk then he would be that more amazing in their eyes. Even Nezu and the mystery person were on the edge of their seat, Nezu because he knew very little about Izuku's quirk, and the mystery man because knew he nothing at all. Izuku looked at them all and said, no, my quirk has nothing to do with my intelligence is natural. He dropped the bomb. It took a while for everyone to calm down, but they eventually did. There were thousands of more questions they kept asking, but All Might had to end the class. They had 2 more classes to attend. Soon the class began to walk out when Izuku stopped and looked at the camera. Principal Nezu. He called out to see if he got a reply. Yes, Nezu answered. Everyone stopped walking to see what Izuku was doing. Izuku continued, during the trials, I noticed that sometimes the camera only blinked red. Izuku informed. Everyone but Nezu got confused and started to think what that could mean. But Nezu caught on in seconds. Are you sure, young Midoriya? Nezu's voice sounded slightly serious this time, which caught All Might off guard. If Principal Nezu reacted like that, then this is important, he realized. He wasn't sure what they were talking about. Sir, what does that mean? All Might questioned. He was ready for a battle if needed. Izuku spoke up instead of Nezu. He turned to All Might and said, when the camera switches from live to record mode, it should blink green. But it blinked red, which means... Izuku trailed off. Nezu interrupted. It means that a second operator was watching you all, using a different system. They might even be watching us right now. I suggest you tell me who you are, or I will find you myself. Nezu's tone was calm, but those who knew him also knew that he was not happy. They could sense that he was dangerous in that moment. The mystery man knew he had to come out now. It's me, Aizawa. Now drop the tone please. The mystery man was revealed to be Aizawa. Aizawa-sensei. Most of the class shouted with surprise in their voices. Yes, it's me. I wanted to see how these problem children would do. His tired voice came again. Ah, thank goodness it's you, Aizawa-sensei. I got worried for a second for my students' safety. Yeah, as if the kids would be in danger inside this school, Aizawa replied. Haha, Aizawa-sensei. Glad to know you wanted to know more about your students. All Might explained. I just wanted to know how much headache the new problem child would be, nothing more. Aizawa deflected the comment. Problem children? Izuku wondered. New problem child? Aizawa called. Yes, sensei. Izuku replied in his normal respectful tone. Today I was watching to see if you have what it takes to be in the hero course, and for now I am letting you stay. Aizawa's tone hardened. However, if in future I deem you unfit to be here, I will expel you, and that goes for the rest of the class as well, he said, and the camera blinked, indicating that he left the feed. A few seconds of silence later, All Might speak. I think it's about time for you kids to go back to your classes, he said. Only Izuku noticed that he looked a bit tired and there was also a hint of nervousness, but Izuku decided not to address it. However, while waking, Izuku slightly tilted his head to look at All Might without being noticed and concentrated on his quirk to gauge All Might. No matter how I look at it, there is no way I can even last a minute against him. He turned his head again and looked forward and closed his eyes in deep thought, but that will not stop me from achieving my dream. This just means I have a long road ahead of me and I am not giving up. He opened his eyes. In fact, I feel even more motivated and excited for the road ahead. He then looked around to see his classmates walking and couldn't stop the small smile that appeared on his face, and I have a feeling that I won't have to be completely alone anymore. With that, he joined his classmates to finish the rest of his classes. Chapter -1.8. A few hours later, the second day was finally over and some students had already left the school. Hey, where is Midoriya-san? Mina asked the remaining students in the class. Don't know, did he leave already? Kaminari asked, standing with Shiro and Kaminari. I saw him leave earlier. Tokiyami, who was leaving the class, turned to inform from the door. Well, that was quick. I wonder why. Maybe he was in a rush, Uraraka added. Maybe he had to catch his train home, Shiro theorized. Yeah, maybe that's it. Man, I wanted to know him more, he's so smart. Like crazy smart, Mina said excitedly at the end. You can say that again. He basically threw the school completely today, Jiro added. Yes, that alone is amazing, and who knows, maybe he has a super strong quirk too, Momo joined in the conversation. And he seems like a kind person too, you could basically see the kindness in his eyes, Asui chimed in as well. Whatever the case is, I believe we all can learn something from him, Ida said. Outside the school, Izuku was walking away with a small lime-colored minimalist backpack that had a small pocket on the front and one large main pocket big enough to store his notes and some books. Izuku had just witnessed what seemed to be a conversation between All Might and Bakugo from afar. However, it seemed like All Might was struggling to communicate as Bakugo had his back turned. Izuku felt grateful to All Might for trying to help Bakugo, especially since Bakugo appeared to be hurting after his defeat. Izuku, being as kind-hearted as he is, wanted to support his classmate in some way, but he believed that getting words of encouragement from the person who defeated him would not be helpful. Moreover, it was the first time Izuku had met Bakugo, so he decided to trust All Might to aid Bakugo. As such, Izuku headed back home. 15 minutes later he reached an apartment building, the closest one to the UA, that's where he lived for now. Unlike what his classmates had theorized, Izuku didn't have any train to catch. In fact, he lived just a 15-minute walk away from school. Around that time, Principal Nezu was on a phone call with Aizawa and All Might on a private line. Aizawa began first. "Why is All Might here?" he questioned. "Because I believe you both wanted to talk about the same topic, or should I say the same person," Nezu replied. "I am not going to waste my time. I want to talk about Midoriya." "All Might, if you are here for him then stay on the call," Aizawa said. "Yes, I wanted to discuss him as well. I guess you also noticed how different he is from the other students, right, Aizawa-san?" All Might questioned, his voice now at a normal volume and a lot more different. "Yes, the kid got some observation not normal even for most pros," Aizawa agreed. "What can you tell us, Nezu?" "Well, I cannot tell you much and I have good reasons for it." "What can you tell us?" All Might asked. "What do you want to know?" Nezu turned the question. "Tell me why his information file is classified and needs higher authority, even the information on his age is restricted, and any file related to the entrance exam doesn't even exist," Aizawa complained. This surprised All Might. "His file is classified?" "Yeah, only his name is visible, everything else is classified. That's the real reason why I was watching the class today. What can you say about that?" Aizawa asked Nezu. "As I said, I have good reasons to hide his information, but if you want, I can tell you about the non-existing entrance exam files," Nezu said. "Please do," All Might added. "Well, the reason his entrance exam doesn't exist is because he didn't have one," Nezu informed, shocking the other two. "What? Then how did he get in?" All Might asked loudly, and Aizawa waited for the answer, also confused. "Well, he was scouted by me personally. I saw potential in him and he said he wanted to help people, so I personally invited him to this school. I just asked for a written exam and he qualified on an academic level as well, and here he is," Nezu informed, shocking the other two even more. Not once in UA High's history was a student admitted without an entrance exam into the hero course, but since Nezu did, it now just means he had seen Izuku show immense skill for his age. "Why Nezu?" Aizawa asked sharply, all trace of tiredness gone from his voice. "That is where I draw the line, but what I can say is that Izuku is not to be feared. He is only skilled, not evil in any way, and it is our duty to help him and his generation of children to grow into fine heroes," Nezu said, making sure that All Might and Aizawa didn't get any wrong ideas about Izuku. "Relax, I am not doubting the kid," Aizawa reassured, and All Might agreed. "If anything, I am more worried about him catching your interest," Aizawa thought to himself. A few more seconds passed. "Anything he did that we didn't notice today?" All Might asked. "Yes, actually," Nezu said. Aizawa sighed. "Explain." "Gladly," Nezu began. "Today when he mentioned young Bakugo and young Todoroki being superior, the entire class became disheartened, but he quickly motivated them as well. Do you know why he did that?" Nezu questioned. "Two motiva." All Might was cut off by Aizawa. "Just cut to the chase. I wanna sleep," he said. "Very impatient and rude," Nezu said as All Might agreed internally like a child after being cut off like that. Nezu continued. "Young Midoriya played a little mind game on his classmates," he informed. "Mind game?" All Might repeated. "Yes, mind game. Young Midoriya first bluntly told them that young Bakugo and young Todoroki were far superior than the others, but quickly recovered their motivation to avoid long-term problems." "Long-term problems?" Aizawa asked. "Yes, long-term problems. Normally as time passes, Class 1A will notice how vastly talented and gifted young Bakugo and young Todoroki are and will soon begin to lose confidence in themselves. Some who have confidence issues or quirks that are not combat suited might even drop out of the hero course altogether. They are young children after all. However, young Midoriya already put the idea in their mind that they will have to work harder than those two to keep up with them, and presented himself as a supportive and encouraging figure in the class. Now the chances of it happening have lowered, and if in the future such a problem arises, then they might be more willing to talk to young Midoriya and not give up. Get it? On the other ends of the line, All Might and Aizawa were again left surprised. He even thought that far ahead, Aizawa muttered. But when and how did he realize that possibly? All Might asked lightly. Nezu waited patiently, waiting to see if either of the two realized that. After a few more seconds, Aizawa's eyes widened and he began speaking. He realized the problem when the class shocked at Todoroki's display of his ice powers. He realized. And All Might's eyes also widened in realization. Correct, Nezu said. At least that's the most likely answer. I see, so young Midoriya just wanted to help his classmates today, All Might said after a few more seconds of silence. Yes, that's the most likely answer. I have also noticed that he is very considerate of others, one of the reasons why I asked him to join the school, Nezu said. I see. Anything else? All Might asked. His costume's effective, dark, and baggy theme will help with camouflage, Aizawa added. You like it because it's like your own? All Might asked genuinely. Shut up. Aizawa ignored the question altogether. Companies like to add their own things to the costume, but this company seems to have not done that. Which company made his costume? His swords and gloves as well as his glove were made here at UA, and his clothing is from LDS, Nezu said, but it sounded like he was trying to restrain a giggle at the end. What's LDS? All Might questioned. Aizawa wanted to know as well. Neither knew what company that was. Nezu sounded amused and spoke. By LDS I mean the local departmental store PFFF, he said. On the other hand, Aizawa and All Might were still processing the new information, and when they did, only one thought came to mind. What? They thought. Are you serious? Aizawa asked for confirmation. Yes, and the receipt he submitted to provide the source of the clothes proves he even bought them on a 60% sale, Nezu said, still sounding amused. While the information was amusing, Aizawa was not in the mental space to spare a chuckle. All Might, on the other hand. There was a sale in the departmental store, he exclaimed loudly, which made Nezu chuckle even more, and Aizawa took a second to look at his phone with a look that said, "How stupid are you? That's your concern, you idiot, and you're the #1 hero. Why are you worried about money?" Aizawa reprimanded. Sorry, he said sheepishly with a nervous chuckle. Look at you two becoming friends. Nezu planned his escape. Friends? All Might spoke. Aizawa, on the other hand, friends? What are you saying, Nezu? Aizawa asked sharply. He sounded offended, something Nezu noticed but All Might didn't. Aizawa-san, you finally see me as a friend. All Might sounded hopeful. No, Aizawa replied quickly. Now, no need to be shy, Aizawa-san, Nezu said. I am not shy, and stop doing that, Aizawa again replied quickly. It's okay, Aizawa-san, no need to be shy, my friend, All Might stared with a cheerful voice and a smile. I am not shy, Aizawa was cut off by Nezu. Well, you two can deepen your friendship, I will disconnect now, bye, Nezu said cheerfully and pressed the button to end the call from his side with the last words he heard on the call. Aizawa's, wait, why you little rat, and they were overlapped with All Might's, so you want to hang out later, friend? He sounded cheerful. And with that, Nezu's plan to disconnect from the call was successful. After all, he didn't want to give away too much information on Izuku. Nezu leaned back in his chair and recalled the moment when Aizawa had asked him why Izuku was enrolled in the hero course. Of course, while it would take All Might some time, Nezu was sure that Aizawa would catch on to the fact that Izuku's intelligence wasn't the reason for his enrollment, since Nezu had mentioned that Izuku had to take an academic exam. If Aizawa figured that out, then good, because Nezu wanted him to. As for what Izuku did to get Nezu's attention. Remembering how he met Izuku Midoriya, Nezu let out a sigh. Approximately 2 months ago, around February, a boy was found unconscious on the southern coast. Some low-ranking heroes found him and he was taken to the hospital following the standard procedure. He was heavily injured, suffering with several of his bones and ribs broken. There were cuts and some minor stab wounds on non-lethal spots, burns, and he also suffered from internal bleeding. There were signs of malnutrition, but luckily no permanent damage and he would make a full recovery. He was taken to a hospital. The unconscious boy, after 2 weeks of being nourished by medical technology, showed a strong and well-trained physique, stronger than most normal people would. A total of 3 weeks later the boy woke up around 11 in the night, 11 p.m. When the news reached the heroes, they decided to check up on him while the nurses were told to wait till the heroes made sure everything was safe. Before anyone came to check on him, the boy was still in the process of waking up and hadn't realized much about his surroundings. When the first hero went inside the room and closed in on the boy, the kid attacked the hero by grabbing his throat and knocking him out, but the hero had his communicator turned on, which alerted the other heroes in the building by his sounds of suffocation. On the other hand, the boy had knocked out the first hero and had finished removing the needles from himself when the second hero showed up, this time a female. She tried to capture the boy, but the boy, on the other hand, had entered his fight-or-flight response and his body chose to fight on instinct, and he, to the hero's shock, had defeated her swiftly, knocking her out. Soon more heroes arrived and met the same fate as the first two. A total of 9 heroes were left unconscious on the ground, but there were a total of 25 heroes stationed in the entire hospital due to it being in a populated area. However, what defeated the boy was not any hero but his lack of energy. He had passed out due to overexertion. 2 days later the boy woke up again, this time being treated like a villain tied to his bed. But this time he was much more cooperative. Due to his actions earlier, the information about him was shared with both Nezu and a detective known for his lie detector quirk, and the two had decided to investigate the boy. The boy answered his questions truthfully without any problems. Apparently, he mistook the heroes as kidnappers because of, in his words, their weird outfits confused him, and he was unable to think properly because of all the medications, and since he had just woken up after 3 weeks, he was still tired and confused about his location. Later, when everything was solved, he was forgiven as his actions were a result of poor health and in his intentions, self-defense. He also told them that he was injured in an accident. The poor boy had lost his memory in the accident of the recent days and doesn't remember who he ended up near the sea. He had to stay at the hospital till he recovered. During his stay, once he was able to, he apologized to all the heroes he had harmed, which they accepted once he learned about the full situation, and started thinking about changing their costumes after learning about his thoughts on them. It was about 2 more weeks later when he had almost finished his recovery, which was quite fast. It was also around that time that Nezu had visited him and asked him to join UA High School, and after a long conversation the boy accepted the offer. This boy then introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya. Izuku was then introduced to UA High's school nurse, recovery girl, who healed him with her quirk. Nezu came back from his memory lane. He was able to defeat 9 heroes. Granted, the lowest ranking hero was in the 700s, and the highest ranking was in the 200s, but the CCTV footage showed that young Midoriya was able to knock all of them out in a single blow before they were able to even activate their quirks. Even if they were ranked low, they were trained and experienced in the field but couldn't do a thing against him. Not to mention young Midoriya wasn't fully healed. Because of that I can't tell how strong he actually is, but I have a hunch you are stronger than most of your classmates. Nezu thought. But then his eyes narrowed slowly, almost with a hint of sadness. He's both strong and smart, but that power comes with a price, he thought. He leaned forward and reached to his computer system and opened his legal files. These files were created recently, he thought, and before that Izuku Midoriya did not even exist. No school records, no doctor appointment, nothing, not even a birth certificate. It's as if you appeared out of thin air. Nezu paused. There are only 4 things we know about him. He paused. His name, his age, his dissociative amnesia, and lastly, then Nezu's eyes narrowed slowly with a softer look. At that moment Izuku's elevator reached the 16th floor and walked towards his apartment. He got there, reached into his back pocket with his right hand, and pulled out his wallet. He took out a keycard and swiped it through the door's lock system and entered. "I'm home," he called, but no one answered. The apartment was dark, but Izuku seemed to have not cared. He took off his shoes and walked in to finish his night routine and head to bed. After all, there is no one here other than me, he thought. And lastly, he's an orphan, Nezu finished. On the morning of April 3rd, Wednesday, after Izawa finished going over the battle trials in detail, he made the class choose a class representative. It started as chaos, but Ida managed to convince everyone to use votes to decide the class representative. In the end, Izuku was chosen to fill that role and everyone congratulated him for it. The classes continued, but he had different views on the matter. I need to relinquish this post or my plans won't fall in order, he thought. Eventually, lunchtime came and he was invited by Ida, Uraraka, and Asui to join them for lunch and he accepted the offer. They reached the cafeteria to see the rush of the students. Seeing this, Izuku offered to hold a table while they got their lunches. But what about you? Ida questioned. No need to worry, I have a homemade lunch, he said, showing his small school bag, and they nodded in understanding. I will save a table by the window, Izuku said. The group thanked him and went to get in line for lunch. On the other hand, Izuku walked to an empty table by the window and sat down. He looked out the window to see a huge crowd outside. The media is still here. He had a run-in with them in the morning asking about All Might and how he is as a teacher. About 20 minutes later his group came to the table with their lunch trays. Man, that was a long wait, Uraraka stretched her arms above her head. Yes, but the food is worth it, Asui said. That's true, this food is delicious. Midoriya-san, would you like to try some of mine? Ida offered. Izuku smiled. I am grateful for the offer, Ida, but I am fine. If you say so, Ida replied. The group started talking about the morning classes and 20 minutes passed by. Z's. The security alarm was triggered for some reason and the students panicked. What's happening? Uraraka asked, panicking. How would I know? Ribbit. Asui exclaimed, also panicked. Ida stopped a senior student to ask some questions when Izuku made his move. As soon as the alarm went off, everyone was panicking except Izuku. He stayed calm and started thinking. His perception of time slowed down as he made quick mental calculations. On his right was the window facing the front gate. Asui was sitting on his right and Ida was sitting opposite to him with Uraraka on Ida's right. Both girls were sitting on the opening. Izuku quickly looked to his right and saw his homeroom and English teacher, Izawa, and present Mike holding the media, but what caught his attention was the dust flying off where the gate should be. He ignored that for now in favor of stopping the commotion. He looked to his left to see Asui panicking more than the others. Her animal instincts must be kicking in. He realized and grabbed her by her right arm with his left and swung her upwards to the ceiling. Ribbit. She landed on the ceiling, stuck to it on instinct with her frog quirk. Asui-san, stay there. Ida-san, Uraraka-san, stay in the table area. Izuku commanded in a tone of authority that surprised the three, but they obeyed him. Izuku closed his eyes and used his quirk to sense how many people were in the area when he sensed someone in a place where they shouldn't be. His eyes hardened. Who is this person inside the school? I have never felt this presence, and it's on the 16th floor in the faculty building. UA. High school has 4 buildings close to each other, forming 4 corners of a square, each connected to the 2 closest to it by a skywalk, a glass bridge corridor in midair. Right now, Izuku and the group are in the north building and the presence he is after is in the south building, also known as the faculty building, where all the teachers and staff have rooms and offices for meetings and other reasons, while the 15th floor is the principal's office, and this person is on the 16th floor, the one which needs authority to access details in Chapter 1.2. Izuku decided to check that out first. Ida-san, he said, getting the boys' attention. The alarm was triggered by the media outside. You have to handle this situation and ask Uraraka-san and Asui-san for assistance. I need to help the teachers. Ida was confused for a second but replied with determination, you got it. Iida said, and Izuku rushed to the cafeteria counter. Sorry, lunch rush. He apologized to the disaster hero in his mind, jumped on top of the counter and got to the end of the hall and jumped to the door, and started running to the east building. Ida is rough around the edges, but he is capable, and I can use this opportunity to give him the class representative role too, he thought as he entered the easy building and then turned right to make his way to the south building's skywalk. Normally someone being in the staff-only area is not a problem, but something's off here. The timing's off. Why go to the file room during an emergency like this? he thought as he reached the north building and ran up the stairways. When he reached the 14th floor, the presence disappeared completely. Izuku stopped dead on his tracks and narrowed his eyes. What? The presence disappeared completely just now. A teleportation quirk most likely. What's happening? He sighed. No matter. I better get back to my class, he thought and left. After lunch, Izuku gave the class representative position to Ida and the day proceeded peacefully, but Izuku couldn't shake off the feeling that something bad would happen. Chapter -2.2. 2 days later, on Friday, April 5th, Class 1A was standing inside the USJ for their rescue training. The introductions with the space hero, 13, were finished and they were waiting for any instructions from their teachers. 13 and Aizawa were talking when a purple mist suddenly appeared in the central area down the stairs and several villains stepped out. Ah, Sensei, is this a part of the rescue training? Kirishima questioned. No, it isn't. These are real villains, Aizawa answered, getting serious as he put his goggles on and prepared for battle. What now? We have to fight, dumbass. Izuku's eyes narrowed as he looked at a villain surrounded by purple mist. That's the presence from 2 days ago, he realized. Kaminari, check if you can contact the school, Aizawa ordered, and Kaminari followed and used the headpiece on his right ear, but nothing happened. Nothing. The connections are jammed, he replied. Meanwhile, with Izuku, looks like I was right. The color of the portal matches his own mist plus the energy of the two is the same. It was a teleportation quirk after all. If he can teleport, then he can divide us too. Izuku stepped to the front of the class and walked next to Aizawa and said, everyone, stand in groups of 5 or at least 3, cover each other's blind spots, and be prepared. Ida-san, you are the fastest we can spare right now. We can't communicate with the school, you have to bring help. Run before the villains make their move, he instructed. Listen to him now, Aizawa said loudly, snapping everyone out of their daze, and they listened except Ida. I can't leave you guys here like this. He was confused. He wasn't sure if leaving his friend in danger was the right thing to do. He was letting his feelings be a hindrance in a situation like this, and both Izuku and Aizawa realized that. Ida-san, you are not leaving us behind. You are saving us. You are the only one who can do that task. Go bring help, we are all counting on you, Izuku started. He is right. You are the only one who can do this job effectively. Go before it's too late, kid. Aizawa backed up Izuku, and Ida finally seemed to realize and saw his entire class looking at him with encouraging looks. I promise I will be back soon. I will bring help, Ida declared and turned to dash outside when a purple mist appeared before him and the mist villain appeared in front of the exit, stopping Ida in his tracks. My apologizes, but I can't let you leave this place, he said. Ah, where are my manners? I am known as Kurogiri and we are the League of Villains. Pardon us for coming here uninvited, but you see, we couldn't help it after learning that All Might was going to be here, but it seems he isn't here yet for some reason. No worries, we can kill him after he arrives, he said, shocking everyone from UA. Izuku's eyes narrowed. Kurogiri, League of Villains, and most of all, kill All Might. How exactly are they going to do that? I can sense everyone here and not one of them is even at Aizawa-sensei's level. No matter, first we need to get Ida out of here, he decided. Aizawa-sensei, he muttered low enough only for Aizawa to hear. The thugs are closing in. Can you take care of them? I will handle things here, he said. What, I can't let you kids fight. None of you are trained in proper combat yet, Aizawa replied, but he knew a fight was inevitable. We don't have an option here, sensei, but I am glad to know you are not as cold as you act, Izuku said. Shut it, it's my job to protect you brats. That aside, can you really handle this villain? Aizawa asked. Yes, I can, Izuku said, and Aizawa rushed down the long flight of stairs to engage the dozens of enemies alone, putting his faith in Nezu's mystery child. Kurogiri took note of that. Looks like your sensei left you all alone. What should we do now? He said. Izuku's eyes narrowed this time dangerously, and his face didn't show a hint of emotion. His body is covered in mist, but he can teleport. It's a wrapping quirk. He doesn't just open portals. That mist itself is a portal. If I attack him, the mist covering his body will take the attack somewhere else. I need to create a distraction to make an opening, he concluded. In a great display of speed, Izuku blurred from his spot and dashed towards Kurogiri. Wait, what are you doing? Exclaimed 13 as Izuku passed them in an instant. Izuku ignored what anyone was saying. He unsheathed one of his katanas, which was blunt, and threw it at Kurogiri like a spear. "Ha! Foolish boy, an attack like that won't work on me," Kurogiri said, and brought his hands forward and launched smoke on the sword. Unknown to him, Izuku had also caught a glimpse of the metal plate he was wearing. There, Izuku thought calmly. He had dashed at a speed of around 30 kilometers an hour, but in an instant, his speed jumped up to about 55 kilometers an hour, letting him clear the distance in an instant as he slipped past Kurogiri's fog and reached his right side. What? Kurogiri thought, shocked and panicked. As Izuku reached his target, he spun on his right leg, his hands raised in a guard position. He used his entire body weight and momentum and kicked Kurogiri like an expert fighter and sent Kurogiri about 20 feet away, throwing him off the edge towards the water disaster zone. Everyone was surprised, but Izuku didn't waste any time and in a tone of authority, said, "Ida-san, quickly leave before he comes back." It took Ida a second, but he replied, "All right." He stuttered and dashed out the entrance. Now, Izuku was cut off by a sound above him, and everyone looked up to find Kurogiri in the air again, this time clutching the spot Izuku had landed his kick on. One got away. Shigaraki is not going to be happy about this, he said more to himself, but first I have to take care of the rest, he said, and launched mist on the class. Move out, Izuku yelled, and some managed to make distance. Izuku and some others were wrapped away to different locations inside the USJ. Izuku appeared above a yacht and landed on it. He looked at the main deck to see Asui and Mineta fall on the yacht and jumped next to them. "Are you two all right?" he asked, letting his presence be known. "Midoriya-san, I see you were sent here too, Ribbit," Asui started. "Yes, what are your condition? Any injuries?" Izuku asked. "No, I am fine, Ribbit," Asui answered. Same here," Mineta also answered, but he looked on the verge of tears. "Mineta-san, calm down, there is no merit in crying," Izuku said, looking towards the water. "Besides, we should be more worried about these guys," he said. Confused, Asui and Mineta followed Izuku's line of sight to see about a dozen men swimming in the water. "This doesn't look good, Ribbit," Asui said. We are going to get killed." "No," Mineta yelled. Hearing this, Izuku's gaze intensified. "No," he said in a low, serious tone, making the other two look at him. He continued, still looking at the villains surrounding them. "No one is dying today, you have my word," he said. What? How can you be so sure of that?" Mineta exclaimed, still panicking. Izuku did not look at him and answered, "Because I am strong, stronger than anyone else in the USJ right now." "Who?" Ribbit. His two classmates were at a loss for words, so he just declared himself as the strongest, like it was nothing, even though their two senseis and classmates like Todoroki and Bakugo were there, who had displayed more destructive abilities, but Izuku said those words with so much certainty that they didn't know what to say now. "You two go upstairs, I will deal with these guys, after that we will go to the main entrance," Izuku said. Wait, take care of them. You don't mean you want to fight these guys alone, do you, Ribbit?" Asui asked, now showing her concern. Mineta looked equally worried. He gave them a side glance. "Yes, I will take care of these guys. You two need to get to a higher ground and stay out of reach." Are you crazy? You can't fight all these guys alone, Mineta's rant was cut off by Izuku. "In a time like this, behavior like yours is a huge liability, and you are wasting your energy as well. Just listen to me and go," he said, now walking to the railing to confront the villains. Mineta and Asui looked worried but decided to listen to Izuku's request and went upstairs. "Look, a kid just came out. Let's crush him. Let's kill him. You scared little boy." The villains started belittling Izuku, but his expression didn't change. After some moments, Izuku began. "How about instead of just talking, you guys come up here and fight me," he said. Hearing that, they started laughing loudly. The little boy is trying to be a hero. Wait, remember that we are in the presence of the great UA student. We have to quiver in fear, one said sarcastically. "We have no reason to come up there, we can just wait till you brats come down." The villains began to tease and threaten him, but he still didn't show any expression. "One of my classmates has escaped the facility and will reach the main building soon," Izuku said, getting the villains' attention, who now stopped talking after learning that detail. "The pro heroes will be here soon. Your little play is over," I can stay here all day and wait, but your only option is to come up here and take me hostage to escape, and for that, you need to fight me," he explained. The villains tensed up at the realization that the brat was right. They now started to think if they should go up there to fight or not when, "Oh, don't tell me." Izuku raised his head slightly and let his bangs shadow his eyes, making it seem like they were glowing. "You all are scared of fighting this little boy, who," he proved to them. A successful attempt. "Why you?" One gritted his teeth. "We gotta teach this brat a lesson." Someone yelled. "Let's go." Someone yelled and they all rushed to climb up the yacht. "Good," Izuku thought and moved back to the center of the deck. "Are you crazy? Why did make them angry?" yelled Mineta, but Asui smacked him with the front tongue. "You're not helping," she told him, and then looked at Izuku. "But are you sure you don't need any help?" she asked him in a concerned tone. With his back turned to them he said, "Don't worry, just hide," and looked at the first villain on the deck. "There you are." A villain with fins on his forearms yelled and charged Izuku. Izuku didn't even bother to get into any fighting stances or use his quirk. The villain yelled and threw a left haymaker. However, when he was just 2 feet away, Izuku lunged in and used his right and stopped the haymaker by grabbing his cubital fossa inside of the elbow and gut punched him, making him spit up saliva and fall to the ground unconscious, and turned to face the other villains there. He engaged all the villains and knocked them unconscious with relative ease. They used their quirks on him, which were all water-based, but Izuku just dodged and deflected all the attacks and defeated them all with relative ease using different martial arts. Mineta and Asui, who were hiding at a higher level on the yacht, were in awe of Izuku's hand-to-hand combat skills. "Whoa, he's so good," Mineta muttered as Izuku stopped another punch by grabbing a person's wrist with his left hand, pulled him closer, and delivered an elbow to his jaw, knocking him out. "Yeah, and he is so calm, like an expert." "Ribbit," Asui muttered as Izuku ducked under a water cannon and charged another villain about 15 feet away. After about 5 minutes only 3 villains remained standing. They had realized none of them were capable of defeating Izuku, so they decided to charge in together. Yaaaaa. They all charged. One villain was behind Izuku and the other 2 were coming from his left and right sides. "I'll have to time it right," Izuku thought, and skipped 2 steps back, closing the distance between him and the villain charging from behind him. "Now," he said to himself when the villain behind him was close enough. Izuku performed a backflip and rotated 180 degrees midair. Now he was upside down right above the villain and grabbed the villain's head like a basketball and used it to twist faster in the air while pushing the man down. This took about 2 seconds in real time. It was then that the other 2 villains reached him close enough to attack, but Izuku, who had broken his previous momentum, delivered a split kick to their faces, knocking them out instantly, while the first villain hit his chin in the ground and was knocked out as well. "That's all of them," Izuku thought and looked toward his classmates. "That's all of them, you guys can come out now," he said loud enough for them to hear. Asui and Mineta came down, still in awe at Izuku's skill display. "Man, how did you do that? Your quirk must be super strong," Mineta said in awe. Izuku looked at him and blinked. "I didn't use my quirk," he said, shocking the 2. What?" Mineta muttered. But then how did you do all that?" "Ribbit?" Asui asked. Izuku turned and started walking to the railing and answered her. "My level of martial arts skills are achievable for all people, but only with years of hard work and determination," he continued. "But we don't have time for small talks. Let's go," he said as he reached the railing and leaned over, seemingly trying to find something. The other 2 nodded and walked to him. "Should we swim?" Mineta asked. "Seems to be the only option, Ribbit," Asui said. "No," Izuku said, again getting their attention. "If the USJ is for real-life training, then this yacht must have a lifeboat too. We can use that," he said, and the other 2 nodded after hearing that. "There," Izuku thought as he saw an orange emergency boat, and a few minutes later the group was on the water heading for the central plaza. Izuku spoke up. "Aizawa-sensei is still fighting the villains in the central plaza. I will help him there, and you 2 will take the raft and go to the wall close to the entrance and climb it with your quirks, and it's not up for debate. You 2 have already seen how good I am." He didn't leave any room for an argument. When they reached the central plaza, Izuku hopped off and the other 2 wished him good luck and left. Izuku looked at the 2 for a moment and then turned to go and help his sensei. Chapter 2.4 Shota Aizawa was in a bit of trouble right now. His students were all over the USJ fighting villains. The only other hero in the facility was defeated, and before that, he had to rely on one of his students to help him. The only reason he put faith in Izuku Midoriya was because Nezu handpicked him. After that, Aizawa went to engage all the villains down in the central plaza. The enemies were weak as individuals, but there were too many of them and he was having a hard time because of that. What should I do? There are still about 30 of them left. I might run out of stamina now, Aizawa thought. He was trying to come up with an idea when a villain charged him from behind. Aizawa was too busy dealing with 2 more in front of him and was prepared to take the attack when he heard a crashing sound and turned to see what happened alongside the villains he was fighting, and he saw a familiar face. Midoriya, he muttered. Indeed, it was Izuku Midoriya, who had just entered the battlefield by kicking the villain behind Aizawa in the face and knocking him out. A brat, a villain questioned. What's he doing here? Don't know, but we can use him as a hostage. I'm surprised your peanut-sized brain can come up with such an idea. Hey, they thought the fight would be easy and got ready to charge Izuku, but stopped when they heard Izuku's statement to Aizawa. Sensei, 23 villains unconscious on the yacht in the water disaster area, he said, surprising Aizawa. 23. How did you all? Never mind. Any injuries? Aizawa investigated, composing himself. None. Also 2 of my classmates are safe now, Izuku said. Good, Aizawa said. Now tell me why you are here, he asked. Izuku looked at him, confused. To help you. I don't need help, Aizawa said. Izuku looked at him from top to bottom, but he didn't say anything. Aizawa's clothes were dirty and he was panting. There was no need to say anything. Aizawa also knew that his student couldn't leave without a fight now, and Aizawa also needed help right now. He decided he would have to fight alongside Izuku and accepted that fact. What's your quirk, sensei? Izuku asked. It lets me erase anyone's quirks for as long as I look at them without blinking, he answered, not wasting time. Izuku turned back to see the villains getting ready to attack them. Izuku, without turning his head, asked, Sensei. Yeah, Aizawa replied the same way. Don't worry about your back, Izuku said, I have it covered. He finished. Aizawa couldn't help but smirk. And I have yours, he said. Then a villain yelled, get them. Yaa. The rest charged the student-teacher duo. Without a word, Aizawa and Izuku charged their opponents and used their martial arts skills to deal with the villains effectively. Aizawa also noticed how Izuku was using different martial arts styles in the fight and was impressed by it. So, he knows multiple martial arts styles. I can already identify karate and aikido, and those 2 are good for fighting groups, Aizawa thought, and then focused on his own enemies. Slowly but surely all the villains were knocked unconscious by the duo, and the duo looked at the ringleader of the invasion. They both realized one thing. The real battle was about to begin. Izuku looked over the man with hands stuck all over him. I assume this is their leader, Shigaraki, I believe. He directed the question at Aizawa without taking his eyes off Shigaraki. He is the leader, but how do you know his name? Aizawa asked while watching Kurogiri. The mist villain mentioned his name before teleporting half of the class, Izuku answered. I see, Aizawa replied. On the other hand, Shigaraki was having a roller coaster of emotions, anger, frustration, hate, and the reason. It's the lime-haired boy. Eraserhead was going to be defeated by those worthless thugs, but then the boy came out of nowhere and the 2 defeated all the thugs he had brought in a matter of minutes. To make matters worse, All Might was still not here, and a student had escaped earlier because of this boy, and now the boy was staring at him with a challenging look, like he was capable of defeating him. How dare he? Shigaraki thought and made a decision. He looked at Kurogiri. Kurogiri, bring the Nomu, he said. Kurogiri's face was covered in mist so you couldn't tell, but when he turned to question Shigaraki you could tell he was a bit shocked, which worried Aizawa and Izuku. Shigaraki, are you sure? I mean All Might is still. Kurogiri was cut off by Shigaraki. I know what I want, Shigaraki said to him and turned his head to look at Izuku. Right now, I want him dead, he said in a rigid voice filled with hatred. Kurogiri nodded and opened a portal from which a huge purple-colored creature with a bird-like face and exposed brain appeared. As soon as the creature appeared, Izuku's eyes widened in shock. This thing. Aizawa-sensei, don't let your guard down. This creature is almost as strong as All Might, Izuku informed, and the tension in his voice was clear. Aizawa's eyes widened in shock, but he composed himself quickly and asked, "How do you know this?" "My quirk," Izuku answered. "You know it's about damn time I learn about your quirk," Aizawa said. Izuku gave Aizawa a side look and looked back at the Nomu. "I haven't named my quirk yet, but here are my abilities," he said in a low voice so only Aizawa could hear him. "My quirk lets me manipulate my own life force, but I can only use my own life force and use it in different ways. The most basic application of my quirk lets me enhance my physical abilities depending on how much energy I put in my limbs or overall body, but there is a limit to how much energy my body or limbs can handle depending on my overall life force and physique. Second, being able to use my life force makes me sensitive to other life forces, which led me to create an ability that lets me sense nearby life forces. This is what I used to locate Ida in the battle trials. I can distinguish between different people and tell how strong they are by the overall life force they have, but there is a limit to how far I can sense, and before you ask, my current limit is the inside of USJ, so I can't tell if any backup is near or not. There is one more ability, but that takes prep time and is still in the testing stage and non-combat based, so no point in talking about it right now," Izuku finished. "Theoretically I can do far more than just physical enhancements and sensing, but I never had the chance to be creative with my quirk till now, so I never went further, but that's not something I am telling you for now. I still can't trust you completely, sorry Aizawa-sensei," Izuku thought. "That's a good quirk, kid. Now what's the drawback?" Aizawa asked with an uneasy smirk. Because of his experience on the battlefield, he knew that an ability like that usually comes with nasty drawbacks too. Izuku was slightly impressed. "Guess he does know a thing or two," he thought, and answered Aizawa indirectly. "My life force is like electricity and I am like a phone. What happens when a phone runs out of battery?" he said, and Aizawa's eyes widened. "I see, so if you push yourself too far and run out of energy then you die," he confirmed. "Yes, but my stamina and life force are connected, so I will start getting tired as I reach my limit." "So, you can die of exhaustion," Aizawa got to the point. "Yes," Izuku answered hurriedly. They had to finish strategizing quickly because it looked like Shigaraki and Kurogiri were about to finish whatever they were talking about. "When you said that thing is almost as strong as All Might, you used your sensing ability. How much compared to All Might, and how accurate is your estimate?" Aizawa questioned. "About 90% to 95% of All Might. My estimate is 100% accurate," Izuku answered confidently. Aizawa asked, "And how strong are you?" "Depends on how much life force my body can handle if I evenly run it through my entire body, but I know I can't beat this thing even if I go all out," he answered. Aizawa just sighed. The kid's quirks are too complicated to understand in a matter of minutes. Aizawa gritted his teeth in frustration. Anyone can tell that thing won't need a strength enhancement quirk to kill Aizawa. Izuku's body enhancement quirk is their best bet right now, and they still don't know if the creature has a strength enhancement quirk itself to top of his muscular body. "Sensei, do you know Shigaraki's quirk?" Izuku questioned. Aizawa let out a, "Huh," and Izuku answered, "I know Kurogiri's has a wrapping quirk, but what can the leader do? If he touches anything with his 5 fingers he can turn them into dust. He killed a few villains I defeated out of frustration and destroyed something too. He seems to be avoiding touching things he doesn't want to destroy with all his fingers, so it might be a quirk that's always active," Aizawa answered with a hint of anger in his voice when he mentioned the killing part. Izuku, however, didn't look surprised, something Aizawa couldn't see, and nodded to the new information. "A wrapping quirk and destroying quirk that's always active." Izuku's eyes narrowed as an idea came up. "Aizawa-sensei, I have a plan. When I give you a signal, use your quirk on Shigaraki once and make sure Kurogiri doesn't interfere with my fight," Izuku explained his strategy. "What's the signal?" Aizawa asked. "You'll know," Izuku answered, getting a raised eyebrow in return, but the time for questions was over. As he said that, the Nomu began moving towards them and they got ready in battle stands when Aizawa asked in a panic. "What? And who will handle that thing?" he asked hurriedly as the Nomu began charging faster with each step. "I will," Izuku said calmly, and for the first time since the attack on USJ began, he used his quirk and at full power at that and moved toward the Nomu at a speed that Aizawa missed. What the, were the thoughts of Aizawa, Shigaraki, and Kurogiri. All of them only saw a blur. But the Nomu saw Izuku clearly and cocked back his right fist to punch Izuku. Izuku pulled the sheath of the blunt sword he threw at Kurogiri earlier and threw it at the Nomu, making the creature use his left massive hand to flick it away, in the process creating a blind spot for itself for half a second, which was exactly what Izuku wanted. Izuku used his other and only sharp sword and lunged at the Nomu, skidded on his knees, and slashed at the Nomu's right leg with the intent to cut it off. However, he met disappointment when the sword didn't go through the leg completely but did cause a massive deep cut that healed itself. It can heal too. Its durability is also high. I put my life force into the sword to increase its durability and put all my strength, but I only went half in deep. I clearly can't beat it with strength, Izuku analyzed. He managed to cut through the Nomu's skin, thought an alarmed Shigaraki. This kid, thought Kurogiri. Izuku backed away from the Nomu, making distance, and waited for the creature to make a move. The Nomu turned and leapt at Izuku and punched him. However, with a sudden burst of speed, Izuku leaps backward just in the nick of time, narrowly escaping the deadly strike that created a small crater on the ground and wind pressure which sent Izuku another 20 feet away, but the Nomu charged again and Izuku also dodged again by a hair. Izuku suddenly jumped in closer instead of making distance and kept dodging any attacks the Nomu threw by a narrow margin. I can't beat it in physical abilities, but if I stay close then I can use its large size to my advantage and keep dodging while trying some attacks. Izuku tried a slash at its chest, but the cut healed instantly and any punches and kicks did not have any effect either. Suddenly Izuku stabbed the Nomu in the chest, but the blade didn't even go halfway deep, and when he pulled it, the blade didn't move. Izuku looked at the Nomu and only one thought came to his mind: not good, as the Nomu swung its right hand and sent Izuku flying. Izuku managed to put up his left hand in a guard position and managed to save his head from taking much damage and crashing on the ground multiple times. He fell in a defense stance as the Nomu didn't waste any time and got to him and grabbed him by his right leg and threw him again, this time making him crash into the wall next to the staircase to the entrance. Midoriya. Aizawa was trying to nullify any of the Nomu's quirk, but it didn't work. While keeping an eye on Kurogiri, it can heal and have superhuman strength. Multiple quirks. Ah, the Nomu can't be defeated, you all are going to die, yelled Shigaraki like a maniac. Izuku jumped out of the small crater in the wall that the Nomu made and stumbled a bit but stood, this time a little more confident. So this thing doesn't have intelligence, that makes things easier, he realized from its combat style as he grabbed his right wrist with his left hand and pulled it, making a disturbing sound without a hint of emotion or discomfort on his face. What the, did he just fix a dislocated shoulder, thought Aizawa in shock. Izuku and Nomu charged at each other and the Nomu threw a right punch when Izuku lunged and threw a left kick on the Nomu's wrist, changing its track and using his huge arms as a footing and turning his body, delivering a satisfying right kick to the Nomu's exposed brain, making it bleed. What? How? Shigaraki yelled. He made the Nomu bleed, said a shocked Kurogiri. Aizawa smiled. Maybe we do have hope. At most, we have to stall till Ida gets the other heroes. But how did Midoriya do it? His strength wasn't enough to change the trajectory of its attacks earlier. Izuku did a backhand spring and charged in again, delivering 6 extremely fast punches to its solar plexus. This time the Nomu coughed up blood and Nomu fell on its right knee, and Izuku used this opportunity and delivered an axe kick to its head. Shigaraki and Kurogiri were shocked and terrified. How the hell is he doing this? It has shock absorption, so how did he damage the Nomu? Yelled Shigaraki at top of his lungs, and Kurogiri was thinking along the same line. Izuku had targeted the solar plexus while using his monster strength technique and damaged the bundle of nerves, causing dysfunction in the Nomu. Izuku jumped back and went close to Aizawa as both heard about the Nomu's shock absorptions. So, it has shock absorption too. No wonder I couldn't cancel it. My quirk doesn't know which quirk to target. How many quirks does that make? Aizawa questions Izuku. 3. Shock absorption, physical enhancements, and healing, Izuku answered, wiping some blood from his face caused by the attacks he received from the Nomu earlier. I see, so how did your attacks work? It's a technique I created, by storing my life force into my hands or feet and releasing it onto the target with pinpoint timing. It increased the strength of the attack tremendously, but I haven't mastered it yet, so I waste more life force in each attack by using a constant stream of energy going out my fist from an instance before the attack lands. But if I master the timing, I can use the wasted energy to deliver even more damage, but it takes a lot of life force. If I keep using it, I'll exhaust myself faster. The technique's called monster strength, Izuku explained. I see. We'll worry about mastering it after we survive this, Aizawa said. Izuku looked at him. Aizawa looked back. What? What do you mean master it later? We need it now, Izuku replied, and Aizawa looked at him like he was stupid. What do you mean, we need this now? Izuku said. Yeah, but we don't have time to. Suddenly Aizawa's eyes widened. Now he looked stupid. Don't tell me you plan to train in the middle of a fight. Well, that's the only option I have. Don't forget the plan. With that, Izuku dashed to the Nomu, not listening to whatever Aizawa was about to say. He's going to train in the middle of a fight, thought a stupefied Aizawa. The Nomu punched the air a few times, creating a wind blast. Izuku jumped over or sidestepped them all. The Nomu sent one more, and Izuku made a long front flip over it and landed in a skid close to the Nomu and kicked the back of its knee with his strength technique, bringing it to its knee again, and backhand sprung and got to his feet, jumped straight and threw another punch to its head. However, this time the Nomu caught his entire forearm and punched him. Izuku only had enough time to clench his teeth and use his quirk to increase his durability as the punch landed. It felt like a whole truck crashed into him at full speed, and the only reason he was still conscious was because he enhanced his durability. Ah, finally, breathed out Shigaraki. I was a bit worried there, Kurogiri said. The Nomu let go of his arm, and this time he couldn't stay on his feet and fell on his butt. Suddenly, on instinct, he brought his forearms above his head in a cross position as the Nomu punched him again, this time creating a crater as a cloud of smoke formed. Midoriya, Aizawa yelled as he began to charge, but no. Izuku yelled, still in the smoke cloud, and Aizawa stopped. Don't come here. Don't forget what I said earlier, he yelled. Aizawa clenched his teeth in frustration but stepped back and kept his focus on Kurogiri. You better make it out alive, kid. Izuku used his quirk at his best to increase his durability and clenched his teeth tightly as the Nomu punched him over and over. Smash, cough, smash, crack, smash, cough, smash, crunch. The Nomu punched him, again and again, making the crater bigger each time, and Izuku coughed blood and saliva. Some ribs and several bones broke from the ruthless strikes. His nose and head were bleeding and his left eye was filled with blood. Bruises were forming all over his body and some on his face. Only his lower body was still usable for combat, with the arms being in excruciating pain as well. The Nomu picked him up by the head, showing his bloody form. Seeing this, Shigaraki started laughing manically while Kurogiri's mist covered what he could be feeling. Ha 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 ha. Finally, what do you have to say now, brat? You thought you could beat us, but you can't. No one can. We are the ones. WHO will kill All Might. Ha 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 ha. Shigaraki started blabbering and taunting Izuku. On the other side, Aizawa was in shock when he saw Izuku's bloody form. His first instinct was to rush in and save his student, but he didn't when he saw Izuku blink at him. Aizawa's eyes widened. Morse code. Indeed, Izuku was using Morse code, and Aizawa realized that this was the signal Izuku talked about. Damn it, fine, Aizawa thought as Izuku gave him the signal. Izuku looked at the blabbing Shigaraki and chuckled, getting everyone's attention. What the hell are you laughing about? The thought of death made you psycho or what? Shigaraki said, confused. Izuku stopped chuckling. No, just amused at the thought that someone like you thinks they can kill All Might. Shigaraki's eyes narrowed, and he suppressed his rising anger. What are you trying to say? That I can't kill All Might? I have the Nomu in my command, he said. Ha ha, exactly. The Nomu might be able to kill All Might. You can't. You can't even kill me. If you could, you wouldn't be standing there waiting for me to be defeated by this Nomu creature, Izuku said. Shigaraki went quiet for a few seconds, and then chuckled. I see, so if I kill you with my own hands, will that convince you? Izuku looked at him through his bloody eyes, his head still in the Nomu's grasp. Maybe, but that doesn't matter, not like you can do it. Maybe I can. Nomu. Bring this brat here, I will kill him with my own hands, Shigaraki ordered loudly, and the Nomu complied and started walking towards him. Aizawa's eyes widened as he recalled, "That's now how we want things to go," but before he could take any action Izuku laughed again. Shigaraki grumbled, "What now?" "Nothing. It's just that even in my bloody and beaten form you need the Nomu next to you." "Hehe," Izuku answered. Shigaraki scowled. "Fine," he smirked. "Nomu, throw him to my feet." The Nomu complied and threw Izuku to his feet. "Ah, Shigaraki-san, I don't think this is a good idea." "Shut up, Kurogiri." Kurogiri was cut off by Shigaraki, who continued to move closer to Izuku. Izuku lay with his head up, his blood soaking the ground as Shigaraki walked to him and brought his hand close to Izuku's face. "So, what were you saying, brat?" Shigaraki said, letting his rage leak out as he placed his pinky on Izuku's cheek. "Something about me not being able to kill All Might." He placed his ring finger on his cheek, now more hate present in his voice as well. "You thought you were onto something, him," he mocked Izuku, placing his middle finger on his face. "But you weren't, and now you will die," he said sinisterly, placing his thumb on Izuku's face. "Since I am about to kill you, I'll tell you how you'll die. As I place this last finger on you, my quirk, Decay, which is always active, will turn you to dust." Shigaraki's eyes widened menacingly, showing the hate and evil deep within him as he chuckled creepily. He spat out, "Any last words, hero?" Izuku looked at him weakly, and as the last finger touched his face he muttered, "Thanks for the confirmation." Nothing happened. Shigaraki's eyes widened as he looked up to see Aizawa's glowing red eyes on him, and both Kurogiri and Shigaraki realized that they had ignored Aizawa's presence because of Izuku's battle with the Nomu. "What?" Shigaraki thought, enraged. "Damn it, I let my guard down." Kurogiri thought, panicked, and got ready to use his quirk. In a breath Izuku used the last of his strength and grabbed Shigaraki's wrist, twisting it painfully, and jumped back to his feet and quickly tackled him to the ground. "Shigaraki-san!" Kurogiri yelled and tried to use his quirk but failed. "Who?" He looked to see Aizawa targeting him now. Panicked, Shigaraki yelled, "Nomu, save me! Save me!" The Nomu followed its orders and charged Izuku, who was pinning Shigaraki on the ground. Just a little closer, Izuku thought as he sensed the Nomu approach them. 15 feet, 10 feet, 5 feet. Now, the Nomu reached out to grab Izuku's back when Izuku shifted to his right, pulling Shigaraki's wrist. "It's over," Izuku thought. "It worked," Aizawa sighed, relieved. What?" Kurogiri muttered, dumbfounded. "Who?" was all Shigaraki could let out. "Reason." Izuku pulled Shigaraki's wrist and brought his palm towards the approaching Nomu, and when the Nomu's palm made a slight contact, the Nomu faded into dust. Izuku quickly rolled out of Shigaraki's reach, got to his feet and stumbled as close to Aizawa as he could for safety, but fell halfway, as his body gave out to the pain. We only won because the Nomu lacked intelligence and Shigaraki was a weak fool with a quirk suited first to use. As he fell into unconsciousness, he saw Aizawa approach him and a yell of, "I am here." This last thought, "You're late." With that, he fell unconscious. Chapter 2.6 How is the test going? A male, adult voice spoke. "Everything appears to be good. The subject is excelling at all tasks assigned. His progress is incredible," another male voice spoke. "How are his vitals?" the first voice questioned. "Normal. The subject appears to be stable right now," this time a female voice spoke. The first voice asked some more questions, and after hearing the answers to all of them he made a decision. "Very well then. Subject, 797's. Training difficulty will be increased by 3 times, he said. Some looked at him inquisitively and one asked, "Will that be wise, doctor? What if the subject can't handle the pressure?" The voice held no concern for the subject in question. Some others also felt the same way. Out of the hundreds, subject, 797 feet is the only one who met and surpassed their expectations with his natural birth abilities and effort alone. The doctor in question looked at the monitors in front of them, which showed a little boy with lime hair and lime eyes, in a hospital gown. The boy's hands had some blood in them which leaked out of his bruised knuckles. His face also had a bruise on it and his lip was bleeding as well. 5 adults were lying around him bleeding and unconscious. However, more worrying were his lifeless eyes. There was no emotion or hope in them. "He is in a room where everything is black, the walls, the floor, and the ceiling. Everything is black except the many white lights on the ceiling. There are no windows in the room and only one metal door. The boy looked forward at the doctor entering the room. The doctor was slim and tall, with black hair, onyx eyes and glasses, and an emotionless expression. He stood in front of the boy. "Excellent performance," he said, but his voice had no praise in it. "Your training will be increased starting tomorrow, so be prepared." The boy didn't change his expression and answered in an emotionless tone, "Understood, doctor." A few seconds of silence later the doctor said, "You do remember your purpose in life, right?" It wasn't a question. He placed his right hand on the child's head and continued, "You train for our victory, you bleed for our victory, you exist for our victory." His voice wasn't louder, its tone didn't change either, but there was something about it, something dark. "You are our tool to be used. You will live if we want you to and you will die when we tell you to. Your desire or choice doesn't matter, never forget that." He finished and walked out of the room without hearing or waiting for a reply from the boy. The boy was unfazed. This was normal for the 8-year-old Izuku Midoriya. Gasp! Izuku jolted awake and the first thing he noticed was the pain in his entire body, but he ignored it and looked to see a white ceiling as the smell of antiseptic filled his nose. Hospital. He thought. "Oh, dear, you woke up." He heard an old and feminine voice. "You must be wondering where you are. This is the UAHI's medical bay and I am Recovery Girl, the school nurse. You were brought here after the attack at the USJ." Izuku processed this information and asked, "Is everyone okay?" Izuku couldn't see, but Recovery Girl was happy from his question. His first concern was the safety of others, that are a good quality for a hero. She thought with a smile and answered, "Yes, your classmates are fine. The heroes got there on time. All Might's presence caused 2 villains to escape as Aizawa was distracted in helping you, but the other villains were captured. You're the only one with injuries that needed my skills. Aizawa said that your quirk uses your stamina faster than normal, so I refrained from using my quirk on you too much, so there are some injuries left but I can fix them later," she said. "I see. What were my injuries?" he asked. "Oh, there are more than a few. Broken arms, dislocated joints, broken ribs, concussion, external and internal bleeding, right lung punctured, bruises, and some smaller things, but now, 3 broken ribs, and some bruises and cuts, and you'll need a cast on your left arm till I can use my quirk again," she informed with a motherly smile, most likely not worried because she had experience in treating such injuries. "I see." He absorbed the information, all of that from a few punches, he thought. "How long have I been asleep for?" he asked weakly. "You work up quite fast for your injuries. It's Sunday, 8:55 p.m. 8:55 p.m. You've been asleep for about," she paused and thought, 2.5 days, she said. Izuku hummed as an answered, a bit drowsy, and Recovery Girl smiled. "You should stay asleep. You need it after all. I'll come to check up on you in the morning," she said as she walked out and Izuku fell asleep again. Somewhere else in the UA High campus, a staff meeting with a police official was sitting when Recovery Girl entered. Nezu was about to ask about Izuku, but Aizawa beat him to it. "How is he?" Recovery Girl looked at him and smiled, seeing the concern for his student. "He just woke up, but he's asleep again. No need to worry, he'll make a full recovery," she answered. "I see." Aizawa calmed down. He was still angry with himself for being weak and sending his student in to fight the most dangerous villain he had encountered in his life till now. Nezu noticed this and said, "Eraserhead, I understand how you feel. I also feel responsible for what happened, but we have to decide what to do next," he said, and Aizawa paid attention. Aizawa heard this and sighed. "Right, let's begin. Tell us everything you can, please," Nezu said, and Aizawa began explaining everything. How Izuku handled Kurogiri, how Aizawa went to fight the other villains, and later how Izuku showed up and helped him beat the rest in the battle with Nomu. Also explained them about Izuku's quirk and his monster strength technique. "I see, so this monster strength managed to damage the Nomu?" Nezu asked. "Yes," Aizawa said. "Strength enhancement. Sounds a lot like you, All Might." Hound Dog directed the question towards All Might. All Might was also blaming himself for what happened before the meeting started, but right now, he was focused, so when Hound Dog looked towards All Might, he answered, "Yes, it is a lot like mine but not the same. I use pre-existing strength and use my stamina to keep it going through my body, but it sounds like young Midoriya's quirk turns his stamina itself to increase his physical abilities, All Might explained, and others nodded. Two students, Asui Suyu and Minoru Mineta's statements say that Izuku Midoriya was able to defeat 23 villains single-handedly with ease and later claimed to have not used his quirk to combat said 23 villains. Present Mike, a man with blonde hair and sunglasses, said, surprising others. 23 villains with his quirk? Asked Smintos, a cement block-like man. Yes, and the statements of the students match, so at most the statements are true, but it could be that Midoriya lied to impress his classmates. He is a kid after all. Present Mike was calm for once since the situation was serious. It could be, but you're saying that because you haven't met the kid, Aizawa said, getting everyone's attention. Who? Aizawa looked at the Present Mike. This kid behaves more like an adult. During the fight he didn't show any emotions. The only time he did, he was chuckling and laughing to fool Shigaraki. Aizawa then told them about the battle trials, further impressing them. Silence fell in the room as everyone was thinking about what they learned. A few seconds later All Might spoke. Aizawa-san, earlier you said they were planning to kill me with this Nomu creature. How strong was it? This got everyone's attention as they looked at Aizawa for the answer. According to Midoriya, it was about 90% to 95% as strong as you, but of course, I can't tell how accurate he is, Aizawa said. Of course, while a few knew Izuku was better than average, they couldn't trust the words who in their eyes is an inexperienced child. Wait, so even if we take Midoriya's words seriously, how did he keep up with that kind of power? Surely he wasn't suggesting he's as good as that? Smintos asked. Aizawa answered, no, in fact, he himself said he's not strong enough to beat that thing. It was mostly luck and his martial arts skill that kept him alive, and the battle itself only lasted about 2 minutes at best. The kid was only moved for like 30 seconds before falling unconscious from less than 10 punches. His monster strength only stalled for a few seconds and the Nomu healed near instantaneously. By no means was it a fight, it was a beatdown, and we only won because of luck and a good plan, Aizawa said, and silence fell. Aizawa-san, how strong do you think the Nomu was? The police official named Naomasa Tsukachi asked. Well, my eyes couldn't keep up with the Nomu's speed, so I would say up there in the top 50 Japanese heroes. This surprised them. Everyone in this room knew that while Eraserhead can cancel quirks by looking at them, he also gets a slower time perception which lets his eyes keep up with targets faster. Normal. In this, recovery girl noticed something. Wait, does that mean young Midoriya is at the level of a top 50 pro hero? She asked, and this made everyone realize that Midoriya kept up with this thing at some level. Well, my eyes couldn't keep up with his speed either, so think of it this way, but based on the point of contact, I'll say by the time Midoriya covered 10 feet the Nomu covered 30 feet at the same time, so, about 30% of the Nomu. Of course, this is my guess, I have nothing to prove myself right. Man, that's strong. So about the level of a top. Aizawa cut Present Mike off. Don't start ranking him yet. Physical strength is not the only factor. The likes of Best Jeanist and Hawks are at the top of the hero ranking because of their skills. There are heroes in the top 10 whose quirks don't increase their physical abilities. Alright, sorry, Present Mike apologized. They knew Aizawa could be a little more sensitive about certain things, and the comment about Izuku's strength could cause subconscious favoritism by teachers, something Aizawa wouldn't let happen even if the chances were low, and the fact that this in long term could put stress on Izuku from others' expectations. That aside, this Nomu problem is more important than Midoriya's power scaling right now, Tsukachi said, getting everyone's attention. There are more than 20,000 heroes in our country, and if this thing can cause trouble or even top 100, then anyone below the top 200 or 300 is in danger, and 100 people can't protect the entire country. If one shows up randomly by the rapping quirk villain, Tsukachi addressed the main topic of the meeting again. Again, they realized that if Izuku and Aizawa failed at their plan, they could have lost a student and maybe even more than that. No matter what, we can't let something like this happen again. Nezu began. If Aizawa-san and young Midoriya had failed at using Shigaraki's quirk against him, the situation would be a lot more different, and we all know that a victory like this can't be repeated, Nezu began. All Might clenched his fist. Yes, you're right, we have to track down these villains. He turned to Tsukachi. Can you begin the investigation soon? Tsukuchi nodded. Yes, this case is our main project right now. Good. I'd like to help as much as I can, so feel free to ask. Meanwhile, we will increase the security of our UA, Nezu said, glad that they were making progress. Before we discuss that, what about the sports festival? Midnight asked. We will hold a sports festival like always. Not doing so will send a message of weakness to the public, Nezu answered, and so discussions began about the festival and its security, the school security updates, and such. After about an hour the meeting was over and Nezu was back in his office. He sighed. This was a disaster, and if not for young Midoriya and Aizawa-sensei the worst could have happened, he thought. He was worried about Izuku's health too. Even if Midoriya was a mystery he wanted to solve, he was a student of Nezu's school first, and Izuku's safety and progress were more important, and right now Nezu was glad that Izuku would make a full recover. And if by any chance his power is around All Might's 30%, then he just might be one of the strongest hero students we ever had in freshman, he thought. After all Might's 30% strength was no joke. He could lift and run with a bus full of passengers with ease, and his monster strength technique would increase his attack power tremendously according to Izuku, but there was no way to tell if Aizawa's guess was right, so they will have to just wait and watch. But I might not even have time to look into him. After all, the Hero Public Safety Commission will do anything to strip me of my power and position, and the USJ incident will definitely be used against me, he thought. Well, guess I'll have to go. Plus Ultra, he chuckled at the end. Somewhere in a bar. Only two men were in a bar, and one was throwing a tantrum and yelling about how the brat used hacks or something to win. This man-child is Shigaraki, who is still trying to recover from his defeat, while the other man Kurogiri is trying to stop him and save the furniture from Shigaraki's childish wrath when a voice from a TV screen comes. You must calm down, young Shigaraki, a deep voice spoke, and Shigaraki actually stopped and looked at the TV. Master, he was cut off. There is no need for explanation, young Tamura, the master spoke. Defeat is acceptable since it was your first try, but what matters is that if you learn something from it, understood? Yes, master. Their talk continued, and, in the end, Shigaraki's goal remained the same. To destroy the Hero Society. Chapter 2.8. Monday the 8th of April. At UA High School, Recovery Girl walked in to check on Midoriya only to find him in his school uniform. What are you doing, young man? She questioned, both confused and a bit worried. He turned to look at her. Good morning, Recovery Girl. I was getting ready for my classes, he answered, like it was normal when I wasn't, since you just healed from several injuries, you need rest. She said, and how did you even wear to get your uniform on? Oh, it was just lying there on the chair next to me, so I decided to get ready. He was cut off. That's not what I mean. Your right arm is still broken, she asked. Well, it hurt a bit, but I managed to get it done, he said calmly. Well, no point, because you are not going to your class. You need rest so I can use my quirk on you and heal the remaining injuries. There are still bruises, broken ribs, and a broken arm. I'll be fine. I know my body the best. Even if I go to the class, I'll recover enough by lunch to get healed, and then I can sleep in here till afternoon to recover stamina. But it will still hurt, she retaliated. It's fine, I can handle a little pain. It's not a little pain. And why do you even want to attend classes? Perplexed, she questioned. Izuku's expression softened and he replied, well, I need to see my classmates. Recovery Girl heard the reply and quieted for a moment. She sighed. Well, if you're worried about your classmates, then I don't think you will be able to rest either, she said. Fine, but you need a cast and a shoulder sling till then, and you aren't going anywhere without them. She put her foot down on that. Izuku smiled kindly. Understood. Later in the 1A classroom, the class had spent the morning before class talking about their experiences, and all of them had learned about Izuku's performance on the yacht from Asui and Mineta and were impressed by the story. Man, so he's smart and strong, that's so manly. Did he really beat 23 villains without his quirk? He knows martial arts, interesting. What the hell are you impressed with him when I am better? No one's comparing, dude, it's just that he's the only one that soloed the villains. And then he went to help Aizawa-sensei too. The chatter came to a close when the door opened and Izuku walked in with his left arm in a cast and shoulder sling. Midoriya-san, what happened to your arm? Ida asked in concern for Izuku's health alongside everyone else. No one had expected him to get hurt this bad since everyone else was fine. It's broken for now, but I'll be fine, no need to worry. He made a mental note to not talk about any injuries they couldn't see. Before anyone else could ask more questions or show worry, Bakugo came up to Izuku and grabbed him by the collar. Bakugo-san, what are you doing? Ida asked loudly. Bakugo ignored him and yelled at Izuku, "Who the hell do you think you are? You think you're better than me?" Bakugo yelled. Izuku was confused. He let Bakugo grab his collar because he didn't want to fight, but the yell in his face was not appreciated by Izuku's ears. He wanted to do something but sensed a presence now behind the door. "Katsuki Bakugo." Aizawa's calm yet chilling voice came from behind Izuku, with the class door opened as everyone looked at their sensei except Izuku, who was still facing Bakugo. Aizawa continued, "I don't know or care about which school you were in before, but here at UA you treat your peers with respect. Now let go of Midoriya this instance." Letting out a tisk, Bakugo let Izuku go and turned to go back to his seat when. "Where are going?" Aizawa called. "Who?" Bakugo turned annoyed. "Apologize to Midoriya first." "What?" Bakugo seemed shocked for some reason. "Apologize to Midoriya now." Aizawa stared him down. "Why should I?" "Katsuki Bakugo, apologize to Midoriya now or you are expelled," Aizawa said, shocking him further. The tension in the room could be cut with a knife. "Leave it, Aizawa-sensei," Izuku said. "Who?" Aizawa looked at him confused, and so did Bakugo and the others. "Even if he apologizes now, it wouldn't be honest, so it's worthless," Izuku explained, after a few seconds. "Fine, and what are you doing here?" Aizawa asked. "I wanted to see how if you and my classmates were fine." The class felt grateful that he was worried about them, and Aizawa raised an eyebrow. "And the hag let you?" "Hag?" Izuku questioned. "I mean recovery girl." "Oh well, I had to convince her, but I worked it out," Izuku answered, not sure what to think about Aizawa calling recovery girl a hag. "I see. Well, you can go to your seat," Aizawa said, and Izuku complied. Throughout the class, Izuku was asked some questions by his classmates, some addressing his wounds and showing concern, and some asking about his fights. Izuku didn't say anything about the Nomu but answered other questions truthfully. Eventually, the lunch came, before which Aizawa gave the announcement about the UA Sports Festival and that they will have the next 2 weeks off to train and prepare. When lunch started, he noticed a crowd in front of his class and went to the door to see Katsuki taunting the crowd and walking off. "Looks like they are checking out the competition. Well, we did survive a villain attack." He got to the front and saw a kid with purple hair who he recalled was Hitoshi Shinso, a student in general studies. In fact, he knew the names, age, and classes as well as quirk names of everyone in sight since he had memorized their information from the deal he made with Nezu on the first day. "Well, like I was saying, nothing but some arrogant brats thinking they're big stuff here, and here I was expecting something good," Shinso said. Izuku blinked at him. "The fact that all the first-year classes are here proves that everyone sees us as the strongest. We never said anything to anyone." Shinso's eyes narrowed. "So you think you're too good for us to challenge?" "Depends on how strong you are, but I honestly don't see any competition for myself," Izuku said flatly. He didn't seem arrogant or smug, which made it even more infuriating. He honestly thought he was better, which angered everyone in the crowd. Well, not everyone won. "Wow, he's so cute. They have a guy this handsome in their class. Why are we stuck with all the ugly ones? But he's injured. Do you think the villains were like really dangerous?" "They could be. I mean, they were criminals after all. Must have been scary for them. His bruised face is so hot." "True." It seems that Izuku's looks caused some female students to leave the animosity for him and to an extent his class for some reason, but now some boys had even more hate for Izuku. Shinso kept his cool. "Well, remember, the sports festival is a chance for someone to get entry into the hero course and for someone to lose their place in it, and judging by your injuries, if you couldn't even beat some low-level villains, then you might be the first to lose." Shinso had no idea how strong the creature responsible for those injuries was. "Yeah, you 1A students think you are the best just because you all fought some thugs, but you don't know how strong us 1B students are." A blonde person appeared. His name is Nitaro Monoma from class 1B. Izuku looked at him. How can I help you? Monoma chucked. Look at you trying to play kind, but that act won't fool me. I assure you I am not acting. I have no reason to deceive anyone here, Izuku replied. Well, I came here to tell 1A that 1B will crush them in the sports festival, Monoma said smugly. Not just them, Shinso intervened. We all do. This is a declaration of war, he said on behalf of the crowd. Before Izuku could say anything, Kirishima showed up. Look, we don't want any trouble, but we aren't scared of you guys either. He held a more determined expression. So if you guys want a fight, we'll give you one. He punched his left palm. He then looked at Izuku. Right, Mido bro. He asked expectantly. Mido bro. Must be a nickname he came up with. Izuku thought and looked back to see most of his classmates all there. While they didn't say anything till Kirishima stepped in, he sensed them move behind him, visible from the doorframe, making sure the crowd knew that Izuku was speaking on behalf of the entire class and was not alone. Izuku saw his classmates' determined faces, and turned to face the crowd. I don't like the idea of some sort of battle. He closed his eyes and sighed while also surprising Kirishima and the others, but before they asked anything he continued, but, since you all are questioning our placing in the hero course, I am left with no other option. Izuku looked at the crowd still with a calm yet determined expression. I accept your declaration of war, he said, and at that moment his gaze caused some people to lose their resolve and flinch or step back a little, but the likes of Shinso and Monoma didn't back off. After a stare down, the crowd eventually dispersed and Izuku told his classmates that he had to see Recovery Girl for his treatment. They wished luck for his recovery and let him go. On his way he was thinking, I wanted to take care of the Hero Commission first, but looks like I have to make my personal investigation on this Nomu and League of Villains first. He sighed, but before that, I have to get a source of income because the money and apartment from the government won't help me since my actions will be illegal and Principal Nezu is in charge of monitoring my expenses from government money and that allowance won't get me much. I better initial my school-related plan first, he thought and pulled out his phone, went to the school website, and booked an appointment with Nezu. Wow, I only got 15 minutes of his time and that's 2 weeks later, a day before the sports festival, he thought and decided to organize his agenda. First plan, I have to get money to work for all my future plans. For which I have a few ideas that I can work on for the next 2 weeks. He paused and looked at his phone for a second. Second plan, at the end of 2 weeks I have to talk to Principal Nezu and make a deal. He sighed. I hope it works since I gave up the class president position for it. He stopped walking. And third plan, I will investigate this League of Villains as soon as the sports festival ends. He looked out the window wall to his left. His eyes softened slightly, and he looked a little drained. These past few days have been quite eventful, he thought and remembered everything. The battle trial, the classes, the USJ, and the dream, or rather his past that appeared as a dream. Izuku began to remember his past as his eyes narrowed darkly, remembering the doctor's face. Suddenly he inhaled sharply and looked forward. There is no point in remembering any of that, after all, he thought. He moved forward to Recovery Girl's office, remembering one more detail about the doctor and the people who raised him. All of them are already dead. On Tuesday, April 9th, the 2-week holiday given to the entire school begins so they can prepare for the UA Sports Festival. During this time all students mostly use school property to train or prepare in their own way. However, Izuku Midoriya has more pressing matters to solve, one of them being money. The high schooler needs to support himself financially. Being an orphan, he gets an appropriate amount of money to support himself. Alongside the fact that he is a hero in training, he gets a little more support than other orphans, as hero work is currently the most dangerous and needed job in the world and any talented person is appreciated. However, the amount is not enough for Izuku to put his plans in motion, which is why he is trying to earn money, but not the normal way. Izuku was in a fighting ring in a martial arts GI in front of a knocked out person. The referee raised a flag and declared Izuku the winner, which shocked everyone since he was wearing a white belt and his opponent was wearing a black belt. While they didn't know is that since Izuku wasn't with a dojo, he didn't give a belt test, so he had no way to prove his skill level, but was at a much higher level than an average black belt. This match was also the final match of this tournament. Later Izuku went through the process of collecting his prize money and left for another tournament he had signed up for nearby. In fact, He had signed up for many under 18, no quirk tournaments for the week all over the place. He was using his entire month's allowance to travel as far as he could, and his allowance was about 50,000 yen, which is just barely enough to survive, but the prize money of a single tournament was about 70,000 yen, so winning one tournament would help him a lot, and he had no doubt that he would win all the tournaments. He made these mental calculations and sighed. This week is going to be busy, he thought, and left for the next tournament. The week was spent like this. However, he wanted a passive income, and for that, he had played a game of luck while moving around cities nearby. He purposely walked through the commercial areas hoping for a specific outcome, and he was successful. While in one of the cities for his tournaments, he met a man who offered him to work as a model, something Izuku guessed could happen. He was walking around the commercial area to get scouted by any company, and Izuku made a meeting with the man to meet on Sunday. On Friday he made a student bank account and deposited the money he had earned. After proving he had earned it legally, he deposited about 840,000 yen, from 11 tournaments. He researched the company he was scouted by only to find out that the company was neither too good nor too bad. Its reputation landed somewhere in the top 30. He decided to rest for Saturday and research more laws or rules he could use for his benefit and plans. On Sunday, April 14th, inside a cafe in Musudafu City, Izuku Midoriya is sitting with an average-looking man who has black hair, black eyes, a sharp jawline, a somewhat brown skin color, and is wearing a black two-piece suit with a white shirt and a tie, and they are discussing business. Currently, the scout named Shiro Hiroshi was trying to settle an average starter's contract with Izuku. However, Izuku had other plans. Izuku put his hand on the table. "Hiroshi-san, I would like to make a different offer," Izuku said, getting his attention. "And what might that be, Midoriya-san?" Hiroshi asked. "How about, instead of that starter's deal, I make one I like? Of course, I would make it reasonable, and in the end, it's your choice if you accept," Izuku said, and Hiroshi decided to hear him out. "Hiroshi-san, as we discussed earlier, I am ready to do all kinds of work in the entertainment industry as long as they are appropriate and legal. Which means, photo shoots, advertisements, magazine shoots, and all other things. In other words, I am quite ready to give my 100%, and I am aware that I am good looking, so I would like to make an offer my own price. Instead of the monthly income style, I would like to make a time-based contract with a specific minimum amount of money I will earn," Izuku said, confusing Hiroshi. "Midoriya-san, those kinds of contracts are made with professionals and only because they have popularity with people and their work is sure to sell, like a famous pro hero or celebrity. You, on the other hand, are a young high school student. Making a contract like that would mean that my company will have to pay for a certain amount of time with you and pay you a specific minimum amount with the risk of not getting profit. If you were already for some reason famous or had public attention, then I could think, but my higher-ups would never agree to that," Hiroshi explained calmly, being as professional as he could. Izuku smiled. "I understand, but what if I was famous?" he questioned, confusing Hiroshi. "What does that mean?" Hiroshi questioned. "Hiroshi-san, I told you that I am a high school student, but I never mentioned which school." Izuku decided to pull his ace now. "I am a student at UA High, and I am a student in the hero course," he said, making Hiroshi widen his eyes. UA High's hero course. Hiroshi thought, if he is a student there, then recruiting him can be more profitable than I thought. The fact that he got into UA High's hero course means that he already is one of the best in the country, which means he could go on to become a top pro hero. This is definitely worth it, but still, if he has turned out to be the worst in his class and later got expelled, then that would be a waste, he thought as Izuku read him like a book and decided to say something. "Hiroshi-san," he called, getting Hiroshi's attention, "I forgot to mention that I am in Class 1A, the class that was attacked by villains a few days ago," Izuku said. He mentioned it like a small detail, but Hiroshi was even more surprised. Wait, so he was there during the attack? If the public got to know him, then he would definitely get attention, he thought, but calmed himself. But still, that incident will be forgotten soon and then the fame will be gone. While he is the best recruit, he still isn't worth making a time-based contract, Hiroshi thought, and explained his views to Izuku. While this was a close call, "Unless you want a normal contract, then I can't accept," Hiroshi said. Izuku narrowed his eyes a little and started thinking. What if, he said, getting Hiroshi's attention again. Izuku looked up at him and continued, what if I got famous first? Then can you make this contract? He asked. Hiroshi scrunched his eyes in confusion. What do you mean get famous first? How will you do that? He asked. Izuku answered him. In 1 week the UA Sports Festival begins. What if I get first place? Then I will surely get famous enough, Izuku said more than asked as Hiroshi's eyes widened in a little surprise. You were right, that could work. He went normal again, but what if you can't get first place? He asked. Izuku looked at him and with a normal face said, don't worry about it. His voice was just slightly deeper, he sounded stronger. Hiroshi let out a confused huh, as he watched Izuku get up. Izuku looked him in the eyes and said, there is no student in that school who can defeat me. Izuku's eyes had something about them that screamed power. His expression, his voice, and his eyes all gave Hiroshi the feeling that Izuku will win. Hiroshi could have sworn he got goosebumps for a second. Other than that, how about we get to work? Izuku went back from what one could call his serious mode to his normal mode, where he seemed like a kind angel. Hiroshi snapped back to reality as Izuku sat back down. Huh, what work? Won't we need to decide if we make a contract after the festival? He questioned confused. Yes, but I have another idea. Let's make a week-long contract. You don't need to pay me for that. I am sure we can do a small photo shoot and put them on some small advertisements and pamphlets. If we can make enough to leave around the festival, then people will notice them since my photo will be on them. That should help to give a small boost. Izuku looked at Hiroshi. I know this is really hard, but I know if we try then we can make just enough for the festival, he said as Hiroshi nodded. Yes, you're right. In fact, this a rarely used method we can use now, he said excitedly as he got up from his seat. I will talk to my superiors right now and we can get a shared photo shoot with some other small-time models in the week and get them ready by the festival, Hiroshi said, and after a little more talking he went out to call his superiors. Convincing them was hard since this was more like a gamble, but then agreed, and for the next week Izuku spent his time photo shooting. Chapter 3.2 On Sunday, April 21st, Izuku was inside UA. Walking towards Principal Nezu's office. He had booked his appointment with Nezu 2 weeks ago, mentioned in Chapter 2.8, and now was the time. He was wearing a black turtleneck shirt under a baggy white jacket with gray pants and white boots. His outfit was finished with sunglasses. Izuku himself would not care about his looks too much, but Hiroshi had asked him to put effort into his appearance, which is why Izuku had used the money he earned from his martial arts tournaments to buy some clothes, or more like let Hiroshi select some for him. Remembering his prize money, Izuku recalled another detail and sighed. All martial arts tournaments had asked him to not participate and some had outright rejected his applications after the 11th tournament. Apparently, the news and videos of his effortless victory had reached all dojos in the area, which caused many combatants to back out from their competition, causing financial loss to the tournament organizers, because of which he was basically, politely, banned from participating anymore for the year, which means that he can no longer earn money the easy and quick way. So modeling is his current hope, but he is also coming up with some more ideas. Izuku snapped out of his thoughts when he reached the principal's office just before his meeting time. He was surprised that Nezu had time for a meeting with a student on a Sunday, which also happened to be the day before the sports festival, but he was happy that he got a meeting anyway. When a voice from the intercom told him he could enter, he went inside. As he entered, Nezu greeted him. Welcome, young Midoriya, how are you? I am well, Principal Nezu, how are you? Izuku answered, as he took a seat. I am well, Nezu answered. How may I help you today? Nezu got to the point of the meeting. Yes, I want to ask you for a favor, Izuku said. A favor? And what would that be? Nezu asked, confused. Can you start the student council president exams? Izuku asked seriously. Nezu, not expecting that, widened his eyes just slightly in surprise, then narrowed his eyes, now more serious. You do realize what you're asking for, right? He asked, and Izuku answered, yes, I do. The reason for their serious behavior is valid, since being the UA High Student Council president is not a small thing. It's widely known that UA High operates much differently than other schools, however their student council system is on a whole other level of different. The first difference is the selection of the president. Normally in school students vote for candidates who want to become the president, and the one with the most votes becomes the student council president. However, in UA High School the students have to take an exam instead. Why? Because UA is a hero school and generally students from courses other than the hero course may not vote for the best candidate because of the course they are placed in. Secondly, due to UA High's reputation, their council president needs to be on a whole different level, preferably the best high schooler in the country, which itself is an absurd request, which is why, just being the best in school is not enough, you need to be at a certain level. To understand it better, think of it like a video game. Let's say the students in the hero course are level 5 and the students in the other course are at level 1, but the best student is at level 7. That doesn't mean that the student at level 7 will become the student council president, since the minimum requirement for the position is level 10. In that case, no one will become the president. However, what would be the requirements if a student wants to reach level 10? To keep things as fair as they can be so that students from all courses have a chance, the test covers five different tests. The first test is the quirk test, in which a student will show their control over their quirk rather than its destructive capability. For example, Izuku will show how long he enhances his physical abilities and how fast he can change the amount of power in his body with his quirk rather than showing how much he can destroy. The second test is the knowledge test. As the name suggests, this test will test your academic standing. The test will challenge all students' academic standing. The third test is a simple intelligence quotient test, IQ test. The fourth test, a physical test, challenges the normal physical abilities of a student, like strength, speed, and stamina. The test is more like the quirk apprehension test but without using quirks. The fifth test is a sparring test. In this test students will fight a teacher in a quirk-less fight while other teachers will observe their fight. Obviously students are not expected to win, and depending on their performance they will be graded. These 5 tests will decide their total grade, and if one or more students will get to a specific level, then the one with the highest overall between them will become the student council president. Because of the high standards, UA rarely has a student president in the school. The last student to assume that position was the current number 4 hero, Best Jeanist, and before that, it was the current number 2 hero, Endeavor. However, as teenagers, they barely managed to qualify for the position, and that was when they were in their 3rd year. Even All Might, who is now the strongest, couldn't make the cut because of his focus on combat skills and neglecting his education, something he worked on after graduation in America. This was the reason that Nezu was surprised when Izuku asked to host a student council president exam while being his 1st year. Of course, it could be that Izuku didn't know how harsh the exam was, but Nezu knew that if Izuku asked about the exam, he must have read all the details on the school website. Izuku looked at Nezu. "So, can you hold the exam?" he asked. Nezu looked at him and smiled. "Why, of course I can," he said, and Izuku smiled, but the smile dropped when Nezu continued, "But I want you to do something for me." Izuku internally sighed. Nezu would probably try to dig for information. "What can I do for you, sir?" he asked politely. Nezu with a smile asked, "Can you show me your full power in the festival tomorrow?" Izuku raised his eyebrow internally. "My full power? I am not sure if I should," he answered. "And why now?" Nezu questioned. Izuku answered, "Who uses a bomb to kill an ant?" Nezu was caught off guard by his reply. Now Nezu believed that Izuku was overconfident. "Young Midoriya, I believe you should be more serious about your competition. You are strong, but now so strong that your entire grade is incapable of defeating you," Nezu warned. Izuku looked with confidence. "No sir, I am not overconfident, I am just speaking facts," he answered. Nezu stayed quiet for a moment. "Well then, young Midoriya, so will you not use your full power at the festival?" Nezu asked. "No, I won't," Izuku gave a simple reply and continued, "But what I can do is show you how much better I am compared to the other students, uniquely," he said, and Nezu raised an eyebrow. "And how would you do that?" "How about I get the top spot without using my quirk?" he said, shocking Nezu, something he hid completely. "But that is impossible, others will use their quirks," Nezu retaliated. Izuku got up from his seat. "Yes, it's impossible for anyone," he said, and looked at Nezu. "But I alone am the exception," he said with an air of authority and power, something that can only be found in people with exceptional willpower. Nezu closed his eyes, inhaled sharply and looked at Izuku. I don't know how you plan to do that, but okay. If you can somehow win, I will prepare an exam for the student council president, he said, and Izuku nodded. Then Izuku let out an, "Oh," as if remembering something, and pulled out his phone Nezu had given him a few weeks ago since he didn't have one. He put it on the table and said, "Here, you can take this phone you gave me in the apartment as well. I know it's supposed to be for staff, but you gave me an apartment in the building anyway. I only had my clothes there and I took them. I also left the other electronics you gave me on the reception. I'll handle myself from here on out like other orphans, but I do appreciate what you did for me till now. I also registered my new contact information on the reception," Izuku said as he walked to the door. Now Nezu was shocked. "What? But how will you support yourself? The money for orphans is barely enough for you to survive," Nezu asked, now worried. Izuku looked back as he grabbed the door handle and turned his head a little. "Don't worry, I have it covered. Hope we won't have to make a deal next time we meet," he said, and left the office. Nezu sat there as Izuku left the office and sighed. Since the school was created, only Best Jeanist and Endeavor have managed to become presidents, but the exam was held 38 times in the school's history, which meant 36 times no one qualified for the post. However, Nezu smiled as he had a feeling that UA was about to get their third student council president soon. In the hallways, Izuku was smiling at his success. After all, being the student council president gave him a lot of benefits. The requirements for the position are extreme, but the rewards are equally good, at least for Izuku. When a student is selected to be the student president, that student is given special privileges, like attending staff meetings, access to different files, permission to skip classes as long as he doesn't fall behind academically, and as much authority as a teacher, alongside votes in school matters and responsibilities for managing school events and such. Normally Izuku wouldn't want that, but in this case, his time of attending the school is great for his objective. To be more specific, information on the League of Villains. Normally staff meetings will discuss school-related things, but now that a villain organization has managed to infiltrate the school and put students in danger, details and information on the League of Villains will be discussed whenever new information is found, and being the student council president will let him have access to that information. Since Izuku plans on investigating the League of Villains, these privileges will help him greatly. Not only that, but being the third student council president will help his modeling career greatly if he can get a boost from the sports festival. Making a time-based contract means he can make passive income for a certain amount of time and rent an apartment. Then he won't have to live in a hotel like he is right now. Even though Nezu would let him stay in the apartment he gave to Izuku, Izuku would prefer an apartment that wasn't bugged with microphones and cameras, which Nezu really thought Izuku wouldn't notice. Not that Izuku had anything to hide, for now at least. To become the student council president was also the reason why Izuku rejected the position of the class president, as that position is more like a game that gives next to no benefits to the person. However, remembering his meeting and the deal he made with Nezu brought an amused smile to Izuku's face. Principal Nezu is clearly abusing his authority by making these deals like playing a game. He sighed a little, but oh well, guess he can have a little fun, he thought as he walked out of the school building. After all, it's not like beating all the first years without a quirk is hard anyways, at least not for me. He finished his thought with a confident smile, almost a smirk, sunlight reflecting on his sunglasses a little, with his brilliant green-colored eyes peeking of the top a little as he left the school grounds. Chapter -3.4. On Monday, April 22nd, everyone was excited, and by everyone means almost everyone in the world. Over the years since the Quirk Society formed and the UA Sports Festival replaced the Olympics, since everyone loves to see teenagers beat each other up. All the students from Class 1A are dressed in their PE uniform in their assigned waiting room, except, obviously, Izuku, Midoriya, and Ida is the first one to realize this. Hey, does anyone know where Midoriya-san is?" he asked everyone as they realized his absence. Uraraka, hearing this, looked around. "Hey, I didn't realize this, but yeah, where is he?" she questioned as well. Jiro brought her hand to her chin. "I didn't see him anywhere today. Is he even here today?" she said. "Don't know, but I didn't see him in the school training either," Kirishima said. "Yeah man, and I was hoping to ask him how he beat up all the villains in the USJ," Kaminari said. Let's relax, I'm sure he is here, he won't miss the festival after accepting the challenge from the other classes, Tokiyami said. Challenge, Mina exclaimed. It wasn't a challenge, it was a declaration of war, she said as she swung her arms around like a child, and the way he said, I accept your declaration of war, was so cool. She said, trying to imitate Izuku's voice at the accepting part. Yeah, that was really cool, Momo agreed with a smile. Can we get to the point? Midoriya-san isn't here, Tsuyu said. He probably got scared and ran away. Bakugo yelled out of nowhere and went back to ignoring everyone. I don't think he would do that, he's strong, I've seen it myself, Tsuyu added. Shoto Todoroki was sitting quietly in a corner, sneaking glances at the door as if waiting for someone while listening to the conversation, and he narrowed his eyes dangerously when Tsuyu commented on Izuku's strength. Some minutes later, while everyone was talking, the door opened and stepped in, the subject of their conversation. Good morning, everyone, Izuku said, looking around, and blinked as his entrance made everyone shut up. Did something happen while I was not here? He asked, confused. Just then, as if a dam broke, everyone surrounded him and started asking why he was late. Izuku took a step back as some of them got into his personal space unintentionally. I just got lost in the stadium, nothing big, he lied smoothly. The truth is that Nezu had asked him to wear some advanced quirk-canceling bracelets and collar that looked like normal accessories, with the downside being that they only work in a small area. In this case, Nezu managed to cover the area of competition. The bracelet and collar were silver with a red line in the middle, which caught Kirishima's attention. Hey Mido bro, I didn't realize you wear bracelets and stuff, that's so cool, he said excitedly. Oh yeah, I didn't notice earlier, you're right, it does look good, Mina said. You guys are just being nice, and besides I'm only wearing this for today, Izuku said as the class started chatting again. Just then Todoroki walked in front of Izuku, getting his attention. Can I do something for you, Todoroki-san? Izuku asked, tilting his head a little, but his expression turned slightly serious in an instant as he noticed the dark look in Todoroki's eyes. Midoriya, Todoroki called as the others blinked in surprise and then looked worried at his slightly aggressive tone, realizing that this conversation wasn't going to be friendly by the lack of the san suffix. Yes, Izuku answered with his eyes slightly narrowed. During the USJ you defeated the most villains. Even if you fought alongside Aizawa-sensei and still got hurt, you managed to defeat more enemies than me, Todoroki said as Izuku recalled once again that the existence of the Nomu was not revealed to the public, and his classmates didn't know about its existence, much less the danger it posed. Todoroki continued, I have decided that today I will defeat you to confirm my superiority here, he said, challenging Izuku. Guys, this isn't the time to start a war in the class when all other classes are targeting us, Ida said, trying to defuse the situation with logic. However, he was ignored by both of them. Izuku sighed and looked down a little, his hair covering his eyes. Well, okay, I understand, but, he paused as Todoroki narrowed his eyes a little more, but, he repeated questioningly as everyone observed quietly. Even Bakugo was paying attention. Izuku raised his head a little with his serious look, making some of the weak-willed flinch a little. Whatever makes you think you can defeat me? Izuku said, emphasizing me at the end, sounding like the idea of Todoroki defeating him was impossible, shocking the others. Enraged, Todoroki was about to say something but stopped when Aizawa's voice over the speaker told them to head out. Todoroki looked at Izuku and said, This is war, Midoriya, as he walked past him. As he reached the door, he heard Izuku say, I will assure you that this is a losing war for you, Todoroki-san, to which Todoroki scoffed a little and left, followed by a quiet and serious Bakugo. The tension in the room was thick, but it eased when Izuku sighed. Well, that was unexpected, Izuku said in his usual voice, trying to ease things for others. He turned and said, We should also head out. I don't think those two will treat other classes kindly, he said, and paused for a second. Everyone gives it your all, he encouraged, and soon the atmosphere went back to normal as everyone smiled and cheered and headed out. Outside the stadium in the commentator box, Izuku's homeroom teacher Eraserhead was sitting with his friend Present Mike as the commentators for the sports festival, one willingly and the other unwillingly. And now comes the first class, the very one which fought real villains in their first week in the school. That's right, give it up for Class 1A. Present Mike said loudly in the mic as the crowd roared loudly as the class came jogging from the tunnel with Ida in the front as the class representative followed by Momo as the vice representative and then Izuku and the rest of the class. Whoa, there are a lot of people. Yeah, I didn't expect them to be so many. Man, I'm getting nervous. Just take a deep breath then. The class was talking lightly as they made their way to the center, and watched the other classes come out as Present Mike called them. However, the cheers for them were the loudest. Izuku was looking around the stadium. There are a lot more people than I expected. I better put up a show for them, he thought as all the first-year classes came out. Alright, everyone, are you ready? The R18 heroine Midnight questioned seductively as she struck the stage she was standing on, sending the male and some female audience haywire, and her unique choice of clothing. Yes, we are ready, one yelled. We love you, Midnight. Another voice yelled. Hit me, mommy. Someone bold enough yelled. What? A girl next to him questioned with a disgusted expression. Thankfully all the screaming and cheers drowned out any specific phrases. Alright, let's begin this festive, and for that, I would like to invite the student who scored the highest in the entrance exam for an entrance speech. Please welcome Katsuki Bakugo. Midnight said as the crowd cheered again, this time for Bakugo. As Bakugo's name was called, his class went into an internal panic. God, what's Bakugo going to do now? They all thought worried. All the other classes were already against them, and now knowing Bakugo's personality, he was going to make it worse. I might have to step in. Izuku thought he and Todoroki were the only ones calm. Izuku because he was ready to fix any mistakes, and Todoroki because he didn't care. As Bakugo walked in front of the mic looking extremely calm, he spoke. I just wanna say that I'm gonna win. After a second of silence, as if a bomb was set off, the other students started yelling at Bakugo for his rude statement. Who do you think you are? You think you're better just because you fought some villains. Leave 1A. The audience wasn't pleased with his lack of sportsmanship. A hero is supposed to be kind and encouraging, not be rude, and have a superiority complex. Bakugo, however, didn't care as he walked off the stage. As his class went into an internal panic. Great. He just had to do that. They all thought. Izuku sighed as he moved forward. Midnight chuckled nervously, as she muttered, well, that was something, and then noticed Izuku coming towards her. Hey dear, what are you doing? She asked, confused at what was happening. Izuku's class was confused too. What's he doing? They all thought. Ah, great. What are you going to do now, problem child? Aizawa thought. Bakugo also looked at Izuku. The hell is he doing now? He thought, annoyed. Hey, the speech is over, you can't come up here like that, dear, Midnight said, but Izuku ignored her and moved in front of the mic. Good morning, everyone. We students would like to thank the audience for coming here today as well as everyone watching, he started, as everyone became quiet to hear him. My name is Izuku Midoriya, and firstly I would like to apologize to all the first-year students on behalf of my class and classmates' rude behavior, he said with a little bow and quickly calmed everyone with the unexpected apology. Bakugo on the other hand got a tick mark on his head with an angry expression. The hell do you mean? I am not apologizing to anyone here. His words were cut off as some of his classmates realized that Izuku was trying to fix things, covered Bakugo's mouth, picked him up and took him to the back till Izuku finished his speech. Staring quietly he watched the reaction, as all other classes in the audience calmed down. He continued, a long time ago I read a quote I believe in. Peace is not the absence of conflict but rather the ability to solve conflict without the need of violence. He paused and continued without waiting, this is what villains do. Cause meaningless destruction for wealth and power over others. He paused again and looked around to see everyone focused on him. A few days ago an organization infiltrated UA High and attacked its students, and this news has caused widespread panic all over the nation. However, I, as someone who fought those villains, reassures this nation that those villains were nothing compared to us, and if they come back then they will have to run away like they did this time, he said with the utmost confidence. Aizawa narrowed his eyes slightly. I see. So the kid wants to instill a sense of safety in public. And coming from a student who was attacked would help more. Well, he seems to be trying to fix the damage, Bakugo, cause so I'll let this slide just this once. He smiled a little as he looked at Izuku, who was standing confidently. And I also see that you're trying to present yourself as some sort of leader of the next generation. Aizawa leaned forward a little. But now if you don't win this whole festival, then he will come of as someone will all bark and no bite, and that's quite the risk, kid. Let's see what you got, he thought with a smirk, feeling amused. On the other hand, Shiro Hiroshi was looking around, listening to how both civilians and heroes were praising Izuku and his choice of words. This is really good. The kid has some charisma and knows what the people want to hear. This will help him in the industry too, and if he plays his cards right, then he won't even need to get the top spot to get popular, he thought excitedly. However, Izuku wasn't done as he continued. My current battle is not with a villain but my schoolmates, he said, confusing the audience, but Izuku started speaking. Earlier I said that peace is the ability to solve conflict without the need for violence, but villains won't accept that and keep harming the innocent and challenging the heroes, and just like that, all the first-year students came to our class 2 weeks ago and threatened our placement in the hero course and make a declaration of war, he explained fast and loudly, surprising the audience with the knowledge of a conflict within the student body. Then Izuku looked at the crowd of students in front of him. With his serious expression, and eyes that could bring the weak-willed to cower in fear, he spoke in a low and stern voice. 2 weeks ago you all challenged me to a war. Today I expect you all to give me the greatest challenge possible or accept your inferiority, he said, and then finished with, good luck to everyone, and stepped off the stage to stand with his class again. That was something. Midnight started a bit hesitant but then got cheerful again. Anyways, let's start the festival, she said cheerfully, and the crowd roared, ignoring what happened earlier. Izuku watched as Midnight brought a spinning wheel to decide the first match. He heard Uraraka talking to Suyu about what the first match could be as they read the games on the spinning wheel and decided to answer her instead. The first match is going to be about individual performance, something like a race, and a huge number of students will go forward to the next round, he said with his arms folded, getting the attention of the two girls alongside some of his other classmates and some random students as well. What? How do you know that? Uraraka asked as the others listened in. I watched some of the old sports festivals and they have a pattern to them. The first game is as I explained and the second game is in teams and then a few will go forward for 1vs1 matches, Izuku explained, recalling the time he spent watching the old festivals and analyzing them. His classmates looked at him, wondering how accurate Izuku would be this time since they were familiar with his analyzing skills, while the students from other classes snorted, thinking he was wrong and trying to act smart. And the first event is an obstacle race, Midnight announced. Izuku's classmates smiled in amazement as he was right again, while the students from other classes gaped like fish. Then Midnight explained the rules of the obstacle race. It's a race with multiple obstacles and students are allowed to use their quirk. Only the top 40 students will proceed to the next round. All right everyone, get behind the line, Midnight instructed as everyone followed. Izuku looked at the starting point and narrowed his eyes as he analyzed the situation. A tunnel. I see, they want to limit the number of people that will proceed beyond this point, and the tunnel may have traps. I should go to the back, he decided, and went back at the end. Nezu was watching the festival from a small office he had in the stadium. As he sipped his tea, his monitor zoomed in on Izuku. Let's see what you're capable of, young Midoriya, he thought, still wondering how Izuku would win without his quirk. And begin, Midnight yelled, and without missing a second, all students ran forward except Izuku, who stayed still, and the audience did not miss that. What's he doing? Someone said. Did he give up already? Another asked. Doubt it. He was quite confident before, another said. Present Mike also pointed out Izuku's lack of movement. What is this? One young listener isn't moving. Did your student give up Eraserhead? He questioned Aizawa, but Aizawa had already realized the reason. He's already a step ahead. Without realizing, he whispered into the mic, getting everyone's attention, something he did not like. A step ahead? What do you mean? Present Mike questioned him loudly through the mic, as Aizawa grumbled and replied, just watch. Some students wondered what they meant as they ran into the tunnel, thinking they would get the lead, but became shocked and worried when they realized that some of them were stuck to the ground. What's happening? A student shouted, panicked. How would I know? Another yelled. I can't move. A girl yelled. Different worried shouts came from the tunnel. Izuku looked at the scene with an eyebrow raised. A sticky trap, huh? It's simple, non-lethal, and effective. Good choice, he complimented in his head and started running. When he closed in, he stepped on someone's back and hopped on another, causing them to get stuck even more. Hey, what the hell are you doing? Shouts like these came from all over, but Izuku ignored them as he made his way forward and jumped out of the tunnel. Wow, would you look at that? He was the last one to start running but the first one to clear the tunnel. Present Mike yelled as the audience roared in excitement. When he reached the students stuck at the front, he narrowed down his target to a mutation-type quirk user whose body seemed to be made of stone. He jumped on his back and made 20 feet leap forward, forcing the mutant quirk user into the glue again, and shouted an apology. Since using an emitter or transformation-type quirk user to make that jump could break their backs and injure them, he chose a person made of stone since they would not receive too much damage. Midair, Izuku turned his head to see that the student was fine and trying to get out of the glue again. After confirming his well-being, Izuku looked forward ready to run, and as soon as his feet touched the ground he dashed forward. Seeing this, Present Mike started, and the first person to clear the tunnel obstacle is 1A's Izuku Midoriya. He yelled and the audience cheered. However, everyone wasn't happy with Izuku's success. Todoroki looked forward to seeing Izuku taking the first place and clenched his teeth. I won't let you get ahead of me, he thought darkly, and unleashed his ice quirk and broke out and propelled himself on his ice, trying to cover the distance. Another yell came. Don't you dare think you can beat me. Bakugo roared as he propelled himself with multiple explosions. Soon more students followed by using their quirk and setting themselves free. Would you look at that? So many students have managed to clear the first obstacle, Present Mike yelled and continued. Currently in first place is Izuku Midoriya, and in second is Shoto Todoroki, and third is Katsuki Bakugo. All three of them are from Class 1A. WHO do you think will win? Present Mike announced and asked loudly as the crowd roared again, saying names of their choice, many saying Izuku. Hiroshi was going crazy again. He's in the first place. He's in the first place. He chanted loudly, which earned him some weird looks. Aizawa looked at Izuku and sighed once. I think Midoriya will win, he said lightly, and Present Mike turned to him. And why is that, my friend? He asked. Aizawa grumbled a little. If you looked carefully then you would notice that while everyone had to use brute force to get out, Midoriya managed to get a lead by analyzing his surroundings carefully, he said. Wait, are you saying that young Midoriya knew that the tunnel had a sticky trap? Present Mike asked, confused, and so did the audience. Aizawa grumbled again and replied, not exactly, I've seen his analyzing skills so I know he is smart. And in the start, he went at the back of the crowd. He most likely figured out that all the students wouldn't be able to pass through the tunnel and realized that it's a good spot for an obstacle. He obviously didn't know what kind of obstacle it would be, so he stayed back to see what would happen and make his move accordingly, Aizawa explained. Where other students rushed in without thinking, Midoriya waited and used a smarter option and got a lead with minimum effort. He finished as the audience realized the logic in his theory and were impressed. Hiroshi blinked in surprise. I didn't realize he would be that good, he thought. The civilians were also surprised at the high IQ play by Midoriya, but the lasting impression was left on the heroes as they realized that such quick analysis and decision-making would be priceless on the battlefield. While this was happening, the people who knew Aizawa were surprised by Aizawa's explanation. Why? Because everyone who knew Aizawa never imagined him to praise a student like that. Present Mike, Aizawa's childhood friend, turned off the mic for a second and looked at Aizawa. Hey, Shota, are you okay? Is everything all right? He asked in a low voice, a little worried, which showed how unusual it was for Aizawa to praise a student so openly. Aizawa looked at his friend. Yes, I'm fine, don't worry, he said, and turned the mic on again before his friend said or asked something again. Aizawa sighed internally. I know it's unusual it is for me to praise a student, but, he closed his eyes and remembered the condition of the current number 1 hero, All Might. At this rate, the idiot won't be able to keep being a hero. All Might's fall will come sooner or later, and the world will lose its symbol of peace, and more villains than ever will come forward. Aizawa thought. And when that happens, the world will need a new symbol of peace. And I hope that it would be among the younger generation. Aizawa looked at Izuku on the screen, someone smarter. he thought as he remembered Izuku's analyzing skills. Someone stronger, he thought as he remembered Izuku's strength and durability display against the Nomu. Someone more skilled, he thought as he remembered Izuku's martial arts skills against the group of villains. Someone who's a capable leader, Aizawa thought as he remembered how easily Izuku settled in the class and how he was able to stay focused and gave out proper instructions when Kurogiri appeared, and most of all, someone with the will of a hero, someone worthy of carrying the torch of heroism, though as he remembered Izuku's willingness to fight the villains and the Nomu to protect his classmates and Aizawa and how he putted his own life on the line. Aizawa opened his eyes and looked at Izuku again. As much as I hate to put such hopes on anyone, much less a student, you're one of a few who seems to be capable of taking the role of the next symbol of peace. So if my words can help you enter a new light in the public's eyes, then I will help you and any other person capable of that role, for the sake of the future that might not be so good, Aizawa thought worriedly. And Aizawa is right, with the appearance of the Nomu and the League of Villains still on the loose. If more Nomu are out there and appear in the future while All Might is not around to stop them, then his students and their generation will have to deal with such a threat, and so far with Shoto Todoroki's self-isolation in class and unwillingness to use his fire quirk and Katsuki Bakugo's superiority complex, Izuku Midoriya is the only one Aizawa can approve of, hence his open praise to him, so more heroes notice him. On the other hand, Izuku, who was slowly but surely widening the already huge distance between himself and his two classmates, was forced to stop, when he saw many huge robots block his path. What is this? He narrowed his eyes and thought calmly, looking at the 20 stories tall robots alongside many small robots as well. And there you have it, folk. These are the robots that the students had to face during the entrance exam. Present Mike told the audience, and Izuku was able to hear as well. Izuku listened as Present Mike gave a small explanation to the audience and unknowingly helped Izuku as well. Izuku looked back to see that both Bakugo and Todoroki were still far away and decided to wait for them by testing himself against the robots. Well, I can't defeat these huge 0-pointers, but I sure can have fun with these 1, 2, and 3-pointers, he thought, and charged forward. As he got close to a spider-like robot, he skidded near its legs and turned on his heel to deliver a strong kick to the back of the spider robot's knees, bringing it down. Izuku grabbed its cables and ripped them, and then ripped the leg of the main body, causing it to create sparks of electricity and shut down. Izuku quickly moved towards a 2-pointer and stabbed the metal spider leg in his hand through the gap in the armor of the main body and destroyed it as well, and then jumped on it to jump even higher on a 3-pointer and ripped its top and then ripped off its cables as well. This time he decided to go all out and jumped towards a 1-pointer, inhaled, and delivered an axe kick, destroying the robot's engine. He turned to see Todoroki create a huge ice wave and Bakugo explode some robots. Looks like you two finally caught up, he muttered to himself and ran past the robots and made his way around the ice Todoroki created to freeze the 0-pointer's feet and joined his and Bakugo's side, heading to the next obstacle. Would you look at that? Looks like Todoroki and Bakugo finally caught up with Midoriya. Present Mike said, but Aizawa intervened. You're wrong. Midoriya spent some time fighting some robots and then started running again when the other two got close. Looks to me like he wanted them to catch up to him, he said. Well, I'm not trying to hide my intentions, but Aizawa-sensei is having an easy time seeing my ideas, Izuku thought with a mental chuckle. Don't you think you should be more serious? Izuku heard Todoroki say to his left. Don't you dare think you can beat me, shouted Bakugo, to Izuku's right side. What do you mean, Todoroki-san? I am serious, Izuku answered Todoroki. Tilting his head to his right to look at Izuku, Todoroki frowned. You don't seem serious, he said, seeing Izuku smile. Well, this is as serious as I need to be, in order to beat you two. Sorry, but I can run faster than you two can create your ice and explosions, he said, and before either of the two boys could reply, he started running even faster, slowly increasing the distance between them. What the? They both thought, shocked to see Izuku could go faster. Would you look at that? Midoriya took the first spot again. Just what the hell is this kid? He said, surprised at Izuku's performance. Nezu was in his makeshift office. His cup of tea had dropped to the ground a while ago and his face held an expression of shock, Something that hadn't happened in many years. He was grateful that no one saw him like that. What the hell is happening? He thought with his eyes wide open looking at Izuku on the screen. How is he running so fast? His quirk isn't working. He had checked multiple times if the quirk cancelling cuffs on him were working properly only to find out that they were, which brought the question back, how in the world is he doing that? First his speed and his strength, it's like he can use his quirk, but the sensors on the cuffs say that his quirk is blocked, then how is he moving so fast? He thought, and for the first time, he didn't have any answer to his questions. He was looking at the monitor which showed both the live feed and he was using advanced features to see what their speeds were. Todoroki and Bakugo were using their ice and explosion quirks to move at an average speed of 45 to 50 km an hour, but Izuku's speed jumped up to an average speed of 55 to 60 km an hour without a quirk, which was impossible, but it was happening in front of Nezu, and the only thing he could do was to wait and ask Izuku about it. Damn it, I'm being left behind. Both Todoroki and Bakugo thought, gritting their teeth as they glared at Izuku's back. They both were going as fast as they could, but Izuku was only increasing the distance between them. Izuku, on the other hand, keep breathing, he thought, just keep sending oxygen through my whole body and increase blood flow, he thought as he edged in more breath sharply. Suddenly his eyes widened as he skidded to a stop, right in front of a cliff. Who even made this? He thought as he looked at the new obstacle, as Present Mike called the second stage, the fall, basically a canyon that can be trekked by walking on a rope. Izuku turned to see Todoroki and Bakugo covering the ground, while Present Mike was saying that many students had passed the robots. Looks like I'll have to lose the lead for a while, he thought, and started walking on the rope with perfect balance with one hand in his pocket like he was walking on normal land. As he reached halfway, he saw Todoroki and Bakugo pass him. Todoroki was using his ice quirk to make a bridge and Bakugo was using his quirk to stay airborne as he yelled something about him always winning at Izuku. Izuku turned to see all the other students reach the obstacle and decided to speed things up and move faster, and about 10 minutes later reached the other end, while Todoroki and Bakugo were on the last obstacle called the minefield. Izuku turned to see that many students were catching up to him. Normally a person would try to make more distance, but Izuku, who had done everything differently since he joined, kept his streak as he turned and sat on the edge of the canyon, and started watching all the students coming towards him. Surprised Present Mike said what was on everyone's mind, look, Midoriya just stopped moving, what could he be trying to achieve with this? Aizawa was also looking with confusion present on his face, what's he trying to do now, he thought. Nezu, who had composed himself again and fixed himself another cup of tea, was looking at Izuku with a smile again. Would you look at that, another unique move from Midoriya, you certainly know how to entertain me, he said to no one with a chuck. Seeing Izuku's lack of movement confused many but panicked just one. No, what's he doing? Why did you stop, kid? Keep going. Hiroshi exclaimed as more people gave him weird looks. Mommy, what's that man doing? A little girl innocently asked her mother. Her mother shushed her and said, I don't know dear, just ignore him. Hearing the Izuku had stopped moving, Bakugo and Todoroki stopped and turned to see that Izuku really was just sitting there as more students came closer to finishing the canyon obstacle. What the hell is he trying to do? They both thought, confused, but turned to carefully clear the minefield. One wrong step could be very painful. Izuku, on the other hand, was observing all the students clearing the obstacle as a few finally passed him while giving him weird looks for wasting time. What they didn't know is that Izuku wasn't wasting time. There are a few capable people here, Izuku thought as he observed specific people. Ida Tenya, my classmate, has a mutation-type quirk, he has engines on his calves. Izuku began his analysis, he can prove to be a good candidate for my plans, he thought, and switched his attention to another student. Denki Kaminari, another student from my class, has an emitter-type quirk that allows him to create electricity, but the further he shoots it the weaker his little to no control over it gets. Izuku narrowed his eyes, but from what I saw in the battle trials, he creates too much electricity which causes his brain to short-circuit and is left vulnerable for an hour. I have to do something or that potential will be wasted, he thought, and looked at another student. Fumikage Tokiyami, also from my class, Has a bird-like head which can be mistaken for a mutation-type quirk, but his quirk is an emitter type as well called Dark Shadow. I have no complaints so far. He is talented and is using his quirk properly. Another person I can have for my plan. Izuku then looked at someone not from his class. And finally, Shinso Hitoshi from General Studies, Class 1C, his emitter-type quirk is called Brainwash. I haven't seen him activate it, but the name is quite self-explanatory, but I still don't know the conditions he needs to activate his quirk. Regardless, definitely a person I can keep an eye on, he thought as he got up, turned around to look at the minefield ahead. During his little scouting section, many students passed by him, among which many were his classmates. They were about to stop and ask him questions, but he signaled them to keep going. Guess I should take the top spot again, he thought with a smile, like it was an easy task, and started running. Would you look at that, Izuku Midoriya is on the move again. But he is already in the 72nd place. Will he be able to make a comeback and get in the top 40 again? Or will the former top spot lose in the first round? Present Mike was already trying to make a dramatic commentary, which was quite successful. The audience is expecting a great performance from Izuku, both because of his confident speech from earlier and because he held the top spot at the start. Yes, make a comeback. You have to, kid, for our sake. Hiroshi cheered, and thankfully this time his misleading words were drowned out by the cheers of the audience. My question is, why did he stop in the first place? Aizawa thought, annoyed. This time he had no clue about why Izuku would stop randomly and then continue when he was left far behind. I wonder what you will do to win now, young Midoriya, Nezu thought as he took a sip of his tea. Many students including Bakugo and Todoroki took a peek behind them to see Izuku and thought, it doesn't matter, he won't be able to catch up now, and continued moving forward. As Izuku got closer to the minefield he looked and thought, I see, so the small circles are the mines and you have only a small space to step on, which limits your speed unless you can fly. He smiled internally, and thought, this will be easy, and dashed forward and jumped in. What the hell is he doing? Present Mike yelled, shocked. What the hell? Aizawa yelled in his head. What the hell? Hiroshi screamed out loud. What? Nezu questioned himself as his mind raced to think why Izuku would make such a move. With a focused expression, Izuku stepped into the gap in the mines and performed a handspring, placing in hands in safe spots and landing his feet safely as well, and started using mixed combinations of more handsprings, jumps, flips, cartwheels, and more moves with perfect accuracy and control over his body, and easily passed many students. Wow, so cool, some kids said out loud what many people were thinking. I should go faster, Izuku thought, and his movements became a bit faster as the students he passed looked at him with shock and amazement. As Izuku covered more ground and passed many students, everyone watching him, including the UA staff, the students, and the pro heroes, came to the same realization, this level of gymnastics skills are world-class level. Todoroki and Bakugo, hearing the students behind them, peeked to see that Izuku was coming towards them really fast, and they started moving faster now, panicked after seeing Izuku's speed. What the hell, he knows gymnastics too, they thought. And they weren't the only ones. Many of Izuku's classmates and students were thinking along the same lines. Within a span of about 3 minutes, Izuku was right behind Bakugo and Todoroki and had cleared about 90% of the minefield, something that took the other two students about 9 to 10 minutes to do. Damn it, he's right behind me, both Todoroki and Bakugo thought, panicked as Izuku was a few feet behind them. They made their decisions. I didn't want to use my ice to make a path for others to walk on, but I have no choice now, Todoroki thought, and got ready to use his ice quirk. Damn it, I didn't want to risk setting off mines with my explosion, but this bastard is forcing me now, Bakugo thought, and got ready to use his quirk at the same time as Todoroki. As Izuku finished a front flip, he noticed that adrenaline had caused Izuku's perception of time to slow down, which allowed him to notice some ice fog come from Todoroki, while Bakugo's palms, which were pointing backward, lit up, signaling that both boys had activated their quirks. I see, so you two decided to go all out now, huh? He thought, and focused on the distance left. About 50 feet long. I should be able to make it just barely. He thought in quickly, and in the span of time he finished his front flip, landing between Todoroki and Bakugo shoulder to shoulder, and placed his feet, managing to trigger about 5 landmines on purpose as the other two boys widened their eyes in realization. "You little, why you?" Both boys were about to yell an insult but couldn't because the landmines went off as Izuku had just enough time to in a deep breath, crouch down a little and make a huge jump forward, and also being pushed forward by the explosion of the landmines, while Bakugo and Todoroki crashed to the sides as a huge cloud of dust formed, while Izuku landed at the end of the minefield and quickly regained his balance with a front roll and ran with full speed ahead towards the finish line. Amazing. Izuku Midoriya has once again taken the first place and is heading towards victory, but it looks like Todoroki and Bakugo aren't finished yet. Present Mike exclaimed the last part, and Bakugo and Todoroki emerged from the cloud of dust using their quirks and letting out battle cries. Whaaaaaaaaa. Ha! It won't work, Aizawa sighed as he watched his students. The difference in Midoriya's top speed and those two's top speed was clear at the start of the race, and with the distance between them, Todoroki and Bakugo can't get the first place, he finished his thought and sighed. And he was right, because Izuku reached the finish line way before the others as the crowd roared in excitement at getting the first round winner. And the winner is Izuku Midoriya, Midnight announced with excitement as the audience cheered. The last part obstacle was somewhat of a workout, Izuku thought while taking deep breaths to regulate his blood flow after all the gymnastics he performed. Yes, he did it, Hiroshi exclaimed while looking at Izuku's name and picture with the words, "First place," on the huge stadium screen. Congratulations, young Midoriya. Let's see if you can win again, Nezu said while drinking his tea, even if no one was there to listen. Izuku watched as the others started reaching the finish line as the top 40 entered, while ignoring the glares Bakugo and Todoroki were giving him. Damn it, who could I lose to him again? Bakugo thought, enraged as he remembered his defeat during the battle trials. On the other hand, Todoroki didn't have a specific thought in mind as he glared at Izuku. When the race finished, Izuku heard a call for his name, Midoriya-san. He turned to see Ida walking towards him with Uraraka. Congratulations, Midoriya-san, for getting the first place, Uraraka said with a bright smile as Ida followed. Yes, congratulations. Thank you. I appreciate your words, he replied kindly. There you go, being polite again, Uraraka said with a giggle, and they started talking about the first round till midnight and called the top 40 to explain the next round. The next round should be a team-based activity if the pattern I detected is right, Izuku thought as everyone watched the wheel spin and land on cavalry battle. All right, here are the rules for cavalry battle, Midnight began explaining. The 40 students who made it to the second round will form teams of a maximum of 4 people, 1 rider and at least 1 horse. Each student will be given a point value and a team's value depending on where their members finished in the obstacle course. The 40th place finisher is worth 5 points, with 5 points added to the point value with each cascading place, she explained and looked at Izuku with a mischievous grin, confusing him, and continued speaking. The first place finisher, however, is worth 10 million points. She dropped the bomb as Izuku understood what was happening. As everyone heard the 10 million points part, they all blinked in surprise, and then suddenly all heads turned towards Izuku, most looking at him with eyes that held greed. Izuku could feel all the stares and some glares he was receiving, but to his credit, he didn't even change his neutral expression and looked forward as if everything was normal. You all have 15 minutes to find yourself teammates, so don't waste time, Midnight said as everyone snapped out of staring at Izuku and hurried to find partners. Looks like no one's going to team up with me, Izuku thought as he looked around to see everyone avoiding him. He closed his eyes and started to think, and in about a minute he opened them again, and instead of being discouraged, he had a smile on his face and thought, well, that actually might work in my favor. As he observed his surroundings, he noticed Ida and decided to wish him luck and walked up to him. Iida-san, how? He was cut off when Ida turned to look at him with a sharp look. Midoriya-san, if you're here to ask me to join you, then I'm sorry, but, Ida began as he fixed his glasses, ever since I met you I've realized that I never kept up with you. You defeated me in the battle trials, with ease while noticing the hidden meaning behind them, And you were also able to stay calm when the villains attacked us at the USJ while I panicked and almost put everyone in danger, he said as Izuku listened quietly, which is why I want to. No, I have to challenge you in order to get better, he said as he walked towards Todoroki who was standing with Kaminari and Momo, all three quietly observing. Ida turned around and said, Todoroki-san and Bakugo-san aren't the only ones who see you as a rival. I am in the same boat as them in that regard, so I'm sorry but I can't help you this time, he finished as he joined his team. For a few seconds, Izuku didn't say anything, but then Izuku looked up and waved his right arm dismissively and said, You have the wrong idea Ida-san, I wasn't here to recruit you. I actually didn't even think of that, he said, and Ida's expression froze and two imaginary arrows struck his back as he thought, he didn't even think of recruiting me. Sorry for giving you the wrong idea, I was just here to say good luck, Izuku continued as Ida somewhat recovered from his embarrassment and looked at Izuku and asked. Wait, so if you don't want me on your team then who do you want? Ida questioned confused. You'll know soon, Izuku answered with a smile as he walked away leaving a confused Ida and his team. Soon someone else approached Izuku, it was Uraraka-san. Hello Uraraka-san, is there anything I can help you with? Izuku asked her politely. I was wondering if you were still looking for teammates. She asked with a bright smile. Understanding her intentions to join his team, Izuku answered, I am sorry Uraraka-san, but no I'm not, he answered. Did you find someone? Didn't seem like it, she asked as she tilted her head, now confused as she looked around to see someone who could be on his team. Well, it's a bit more complicated than that, but you should go and find a team. Don't worry about me, I have something in mind, he reassured her, and after a few more seconds of talking she left to find someone to join, eventually making a team with Tokiyami, Tsuyu, and Mei Hatsume, a student from support course who was originally trying to join Izuku, but Uraraka told her that Izuku was not looking for teammates. No one else tried to join Izuku, and eventually 15 minutes. Aizawa had just returned after getting himself a coffee and sat down and saw his students teaming up with others except for Izuku. Looks like no one joined him, he said out loud. Actually, present Mike began getting Aizawa's attention. The kid didn't even try to ask anyone and even refused a girl from his class, he revealed, making Aizawa raise an eyebrow. Seriously, what's he trying to do now? This kid keeps on becoming more unpredictable, Aizawa grumbled as he started to pay attention to what will happen next. In the arena, Izuku approached Midnight, getting her attention, and asked, Excuse me sensei, but I don't have a team, can I still continue? Midnight frowned a little. I'm sorry, but rules require you to have at least one person with you. You'll have to be disqualified, she said, regretfully, getting everyone's attention as they heard them for her mic. What, he's going to be disqualified? But he was doing so good. Man, here I thought he would win. Different complaints came from the audience. The student on the other hand. Man, this is good for us. Yeah, 1A just lost their best guy, right? Hell yeah, now this will be much easier. Some students were happy while a few narrowed their eyes, like Todoroki and Bakugo, who wanted to defeat Izuku. However, Izuku had some tricks up his sleeve as he started speaking, but sensei, wouldn't that be unfair to me? He began confusing Midnight. Seeing her confusion, he continued, Sensei, the second place has 250 points but I have 10 million points. Obviously others would ignore me and making a team would be near impossible for me, so doesn't make things harder for me become unfair. Izuku brought up a good point as Midnight winced a little at her mistake and asked. So, what do you suppose we do? If I let you continue alone, then things like mobility would become far too easy for you compared to the others, and that would be unfair for others as well, she said, and Izuku smiled again, confusing everyone. Izuku moved back and went to the center of the area, crouched a little, extending his left leg, and spun on his right, making a small circle and facing Midnight again. In order to make things fair, how about you let me continue alone, and in return I am not allowed to move out of this circle, and if I do I'll be disqualified, he said, shocking the others. What? How will you do anything then? Midnight asked what everyone was thinking. That's my problem, but tell me, do these conditions make things fair? He asked as Midnight stuttered a little and looked around to see all the students only to find surprised faces. She finally looked at Izuku and thought, well, it does seem fair like that. and disqualifying the top spot after he pointed out the difficulty he had because of the rules would cause trouble, she sighed. Very well then, but remember, Izuku, you get out of that circle, you will be disqualified, understood, she said. Well, I did make the rules, so yes, I understand, he said calmly, and Midnight blushed a little embarrassed as the audience and some students chuckled. Since the rules seemed to favor other students and the opportunity to get 10 million points seemed to be easier, which is why none of the students opposed Midnight and Izuku's agreement and let things happen. Can she even do that? Present Mike asked Aizawa after seeing Midnight change the rules. Nothing like this ever happened in the past, so there aren't exactly any rules that stop her as the judge of the competition. Besides, if Nezu had any problems with that, he would have stopped it by now. Aizawa gave his opinion and Present Mike nodded. Okay, but still, how will Midoriya do anything in that small circle? That's like a diameter of 6 feet. Present Mike said, and Aizawa leaned forward and narrowed his eyes as he said, that's what I want to know. After seeing Izuku's approach to his predicament, Nezu was impressed yet again. Normally a student would try to convince someone to join them or give up, but Izuku made a third option, but still the restriction of staying in that small circle made this worse than other two option. But if he put that restriction on himself, then he must have a plan, and I can't wait to see what it is, Nezu thought, not knowing the shock he was about to receive in a few minutes. Hiroshi, Izuku's possible future manager in the entertainment industry, was filled with worry after seeing the restriction to Izuku. How the hell is he supposed to win now? He thought, panicked, as he munched on some snacks to relieve stress. Down in the arena, Izuku looked around as he saw that everyone was ready for the second round to begin. He then went into the circle and sat down in the center in a defenseless position. His left leg is in a crossed leg position and his right leg is bent with his knee towards the sky, reaching his face. Izuku's left arm is behind him slightly to the left, supporting his body weight, and his right arm is resting on his right knee, blocking the sight of his lips and closing his eyes. Most heroes and students watching were confused as to why Izuku would sit in such a compromised position, while the civilians didn't know what was wrong as they watched in anticipation. Present Mike, on the other hand, was more vocal with his thoughts. Look at the position Midoriya is in. That makes him completely defenseless. Why would he do that? He brought up the question, making everyone including the civilians understand what was going on as whispers broke out. Aizawa narrowed his eyes and decided to speak into the mic for the second time today. It looks like, he began getting everyone's attention and continued. It looks like it's his way of saying that even with the restriction to his movement, he doesn't feel threatened by anyone, he explained, as many widened their eyes in surprise as they realized what this meant, and for those who didn't understand, Aizawa spoke again. In other words, he is looking down on all his opponents, he confirmed, and everyone widened their eyes in shock and surprise, while some of the students below also had rage in them. Particularly Todoroki and Bakugo. How dare he look down on me? I'll kill him. An extremely enraged Bakugo growled out as he glared at Izuku with rage in his eyes. Todoroki on the other hand didn't say anything, but the glare he gave Izuku said that he was out for blood now if not before. Izuku's other classmates were confused, not knowing what to think. On one hand, Izuku had been friendly and encouraging to everyone he interacted with and had been the most helpful student during the USJ, and on the other hand, if Aizawa was right, then Izuku also believed that he was far better than them, which made it confusing on what to think of him. Students from other classes didn't feel confused in the least. After hearing the possibility that Aizawa presented, they were all angry and swore to prove themselves by taking the 10 million points tied to his head. Izuku, whose eyes were closed after hearing Aizawa, smiled a little. Guess he figured it out, he thought, but then dropped his smile and went back into his meditative focus, with only one thought in mind, which is killing. Chapter 3.6. Alright, is everyone ready? Midnight said as she looked around at the students nervously. Stupid Aizawa, why did he have to open his big mouth? Couldn't he have just kept his mouth shut like he always does? She complained in her mind as she was in the center of a very tense atmosphere, with many enraged teenagers. Taking in a deep breath to calm herself, she looked around to see everyone ready and again whipped the floor and yelled, "Begin!" As soon as the students heard, "Begin!" all the groups ran straight towards Izuku, with many battle cries. Ha! Die. This one was familiar. At that moment the perception of time slowed a little for everyone in the audience as they watched how the collective attack on Izuku would end up. Many believed Izuku would lose. However, at that moment Izuku snapped open his eyes, causing a reaction. The moment he opened his eyes, all the students stopped in their tracks as the feeling of dread washed over them. In that moment some students who were acting as horses for their teams fell to their knees, making the leader touch the ground, causing the teams to be disqualified. Those who were still standing stayed rooted to their spots, not moving an inch, with only one thought in their minds. What the hell? What's happening to me? I feel like my life is in danger. They thought as beads of sweat rolled down their heads. Right now, the source of this feeling of danger was radiating from Izuku's entire being, yet no student could understand why they suddenly felt fear. What the hell is happening? Right now my entire body is telling me to run away far from him. Some thought. I can't breathe properly, what's happening? Some others thought. What is this feeling? Some more panicked. The students were panicking and afraid of Izuku, including Todoroki and Bakugo, but they had the least problem. What's happening? This feeling of dread is filling me, but why? Todoroki thought. What's this feeling? Why can't I move? It's like my body won't listen to me, and what's wrong with this bastard? Bakugo thought, looking at Izuku. Both boys weren't as panicked as the others, but they were nervous and afraid, with the only visible signs being their sweating and their shaky hands. Nevertheless, they still wanted to defeat Izuku and were about to instruct their teammates to go toward him. Ida, Kaminari, Yaoyorozu, take me to him. Todoroki didn't finish his instruction as he looked to see his teammates shaking in fear, and he realized that his teammates wouldn't be able to attack Izuku. Todoroki gritted his teeth in anger and frustration, but deep down a small part of him was relieved that he wouldn't have to go closer to Izuku. Things on Bakugo's side were quite similar as well, and both teenagers decided to attack other teams to collect more points and told their teammates to withdraw for now. While this was happening, things weren't the same in the commentators' booth as Aizawa and Present Mike were looking at this turn of events. Unlike the students, both had realized what was happening and the cause of their fear. As soon as the students stopped in their tracks, Present Mike and Aizawa were confused at first, but then Aizawa realized what Izuku had done first and adopted a look of shock, and Present Mike looked at him questioningly. Do you know what he did? He asked Aizawa. Before answering him, Aizawa pressed the button to turn off the mic and then uttered two words that shocked his friend. Killing intent. Nezu had also realized that Izuku was using killing intent against his opponents, which was a good move, but there was one problem. How can he utilize killing intent? Nezu thought as he placed his cup of tea on the table and narrowed his eyes. This time he was serious and alarmed. The reason for these reactions was because killing intent isn't exactly a normal technique that anyone can just learn. The art of killing intent is a rare ability learned and utilized by a few people, the reason being the requirement to learn it. Killing intent is shown in action movies a lot, which makes normal people think that just imagining or thinking about killing someone and glaring at them is enough to use it, but that couldn't be further from the truth. To understand the requirements for learning killing intent, one must first understand what happens when killing intent is being used. Killing intent is used to force your willpower on others while filling your thoughts with the idea of killing, making the weak-willed submit and succumb to fear by making them believe that they are under the threat of being killed. There are two ways killing intent can be used. First is subconsciously, which is accidental, and second is conscious, which is only used by people who learned it. Using killing intent subconsciously is easy, accidental, and very rare. In most cases even the person doesn't realize that they are releasing killing intent. This happens when a person is overwhelmed with so many negative emotions that either the user only feels rage and hate, or that they can't even feel anything, and is truly willing to kill someone without hesitation. When these conditions are met at an intense level, a person can momentarily release killing intent in a short burst without knowing. On the other hand, using killing intent consciously is much harder to do, because there are two requirements that need to be met, and both are mental. The first is the mentality. People watch movies and believe that imaging or thinking about killing someone with a glare could create killing intent. but if that were the case, then any middle schooler who daydreams about saving their school from a villain attack by killing all the villains and then get a kiss from their crush and a medal from All Might could use killing intent. No. It's not that simple. The very basic requirement for learning killing intent is to have the highest level of mental conditioning, a mind strong enough to stay unhinged even after actually killing someone, which itself is a frightening thing. If a normal person kills someone after being overwhelmed by emotions, they could break down later or move on in life but will forever drown in the guilt of their actions. That kind of mentality is not strong enough. This is why often, killing intent is used by people who have either become so mentally broken that they lost their emotions, or they have trained themselves to control and stop their emotions at will. Nezu thought back to all the interactions he witnessed Izuku have and concluded that if Izuku could use killing intent, then that means he could control his emotions instead of losing them from any trauma he could have suffered in the past. If he can control his emotions, then how did he learn to do it? Another thing I need to find out. Nezu sighed, not knowing that Aizawa was thinking along the same lines. But Izuku's ability to control his emotions was not the point of worry. The thing to worry about was the second mental requirement. Aizawa watched as all the remaining students of the second round managed to back away from Izuku and competed against each other, with no one daring to go anywhere near Izuku. The first requirement is to have a strong mind that can shake away any guilt or hesitation. The second requirement is what's needed to create killing intent at will, Aizawa explained to Present Mike. Present Mike knew about the existence of killing intent and how rare it is, but between him and Aizawa, only Aizawa knew the details of the skill. Aizawa saw that he had his friend's full attention and continued, in order to create the intent itself, the user needs to create the desire to kill their target, and it needs to be intense enough that it radiates from their presence, even if the desire is fake, Aizawa explained as Present Mike widened his eyes in shock and looked at Izuku. Gee, then does that mean Midoriya wants to kill them? Present Mike asked in shock. Aizawa shook his head. No. As I said earlier, the desire can be fake, he said, calming his friend. So how is that desire created? Is Midoriya just thinking about killing them or imagining it? Present Mike asked, still trying to accept that one of their students had such mental powers. Well, kind of. Just imagining isn't enough. He must be visualizing or thinking about something or someone which angers him enough to want to kill, Aizawa explained, and Present Mike visually calmed down and sighed. I see. He isn't thinking about killing the students but just remembering something that makes him want to kill. That's a relief. Present Mike chuckled, still a little nervous, but managed to calm down when Aizawa nodded in confirmation. However, he didn't know that Aizawa had decided to hold some information on him so as to not worry him further. What Mike said is right. Remembering something that makes you want to kill is an option, but that's if you have something in your past that can still make you so angry, which is rarely the case, which makes the second option more used, and that's worrying, Aizawa thought, not knowing that Nezu was thinking about the second option as well. The second option is more worrying because of its ity, but it is more practical and easier to use. This method of creating that intense intent to kill requires the user to visualize killing their target, which is more practical because if killing intent is targeting a specific person, then that person will be affected the most, and this is the method Izuku is using. Right now, Izuku's eyes were closed and no one was trying to approach him. Since he didn't actually want to harm anyone, he had to pay extra focus on creating it, which is why he was sitting with his eyes closed, in his mind creating a very dark scenario, one that he will never let happen in reality. In his intense imagination, he was killing every student who was in the cavalry battle. His imagination was frightening, as pools of blood and bodies covered the arena with the audience seats empty, and as soon as he killed the last student, he created another imagination killing them all over again. Now in real life, Izuku would never hurt any of them, and he didn't have the smallest of desire to hurt any of them, but visualizing this scenario was necessary, since the more you don't want to hurt someone, the harder it is to create killing intent, targeting them. Normally, if I was fighting an actual enemy, then creating killing intent would only require me to flood my thoughts about killing them, but doing the same is not enough if I am targeting these guys who I have the duty to protect, so I have to go a little overboard, Izuku thought and opened his eyes. Izuku Midoriya's eyes have always reflected kindness and warmth, but currently, they are the furthest things from those feelings. Right now, what his eyes reflected was not hate, rage, or any other emotion. What his eyes held was emptiness and apathy, which is the result of him using killing intent. It's a good thing that I can control my emotions and visualization through meditation, or things would be much harder, he thought. Nezu sighed. It's a good thing that only a handful of people know about the existence and truth of killing intent, even among heroes, or things wouldn't be so good, he thought. It's the truth. Most people think that killing intent doesn't exist and is only a term used in movies and such. Even among heroes, only 10 in 1,000 would know that killing intent exists, and only 1 in 10,000 know the details of its uses and requirements. Since fighting opponents of that caliber is extremely hard, only some of the top heroes get the chance to see the skill in action and walk away alive. Right now, in UA High Staff, the only people who had witnessed the skill in action before were Aizawa and All Might. The rest, like Nezu, Present Mike, Midnight, and Recovery Girl, had only heard about it from them. But right now, Nezu and Aizawa's dilemma was with the fact that there are a handful of pro heroes watching who could realize that Izuku is using killing intent, which could result in many questions later on, and more than that was the fact that Izuku somehow learned to use the skill, since not many people could use it, much less teach it. There are a countable number of heroes who could use it. Aizawa and Nezu narrowed their eyes. How did he learn it then? Either way, I just hope this doesn't mean that Midoriya is a flight risk. After all, just being able to use killing intent doesn't make someone a villain or evil, they thought, and indeed, killing intent is just a skill, depending on how you use it and against who will decide if you're a villain or not. Either way, both made a mental note to investigate about it later. In the arena, Izuku opened his eyes when only 5 minutes were left. He watched 2 specific people who he had hopes for. Todoroki-san and Bakugo-san. I know this level of killing intent wasn't enough to stop you completely, so when will you strike? He thought, internally amused as he watched both boys sneaking glances at him. Well, they might not be able to. Their teammates don't have the willpower to resist my killing intent, he thought. Katsuki Bakugo was not happy. He wanted to defeat Izuku Midoriya to settle the score with him back from battle trials and the obstacle race, but his teammates couldn't muster up the courage to go close to Izuku, and this confused Katsuki greatly. What the hell is up with that guy? And why do I get nervous when I go close to him? He thought, confused, and at that moment he was attacked. U1A brats need to pay attention to others as well. Bakugo heard a taunting voice as he barely managed to block an attack from a blonde boy. This guy, he's that extra from Class B who came to the class that day. Bakugo remembered and said, "What do you want?" Bakugo sounded uninterested while taking glances at Izuku, which ticked Monoma off. "Would you look at that? Acting all high even after losing to your classmate," Monoma said, knowing it would rub Bakugo the wrong way. And just as he wanted, hearing his remark, Bakugo looked at him with a glare with full attention. "What? I mean, I would understand if that green-haired guy acted like this. After all, he really is pretty good, and having that strong quirk, he is pretty lucky," Monoma said as he took a glance at Izuku with some sweat rolling down his head, remembering the feeling of fear Izuku's presence gave him. "But I'll get him eventually," he said, and looked at Bakugo with a smirk and said, "At least he's better than you," Monoma said, enraging Bakugo, and told his team to run away. Bakugo, hearing the last part, was filled with rage and told his team to run after Monoma's. Izuku, who was observing the interaction between them, chuckled a little. Well, looks like Bakugo will be busy for the rest of the round, he thought, and looked at Todoroki and narrowed his eyes. "But what about you?" Shoto Todoroki was not happy. He wanted to defeat his classmate Izuku Midoriya to prove to his father, the number 2 hero Endeavor, that he didn't need his fire quirk to become the best, and that his mother's ice quirk was enough. But in order to do that, he now had to defeat Izuku Midoriya, who had defeated him in the first round. But Todoroki's teammates seemed to have more trouble going near him than he himself did, and this was angering him. "Todoroki-san," he heard Ida call, and looked at him questioningly. "You want to defeat Midoriya-san, right?" he said, more than asking. "I have a way," Ida said, confusing the rest of his team. "And how are you going to do that?" Todoroki asked. "There's a move I've been working on. If I use that, then I'm sure we can take his headband. All you have to do is snatch it. But I'll warn you, I'm going to overheat my engines and reach an insane speed, but the drawback is that I can only use it only once and then my engines will be disabled for 10 minutes and I can't use the move for an hour, Ida explained as his teammates listened intently. Weighing his options, Todoroki made and asked, "What about his presence? I can handle myself, but what about you guys, and Ida-san, can you maintain your move in his presence?" He asked. "I should be able to take us to him and get away in a few seconds. Yaoyorozu-san and Kaminari-san don't have to do anything, and I can handle myself." It took a few seconds but Yaoyorozu replied, "I admit, his presence is scary, totally different than his normal self, and I don't want to go near him right now, but I also understand that this is a competition and I also want to win. I'll handle a few seconds, I have to," she said. Kaminari followed, "Yeah, I feel the same way, let's go." He was nervous but still, he gave a smile. Todoroki nodded and the entire team looked at Izuku with determination as Ida prepared his move and Todoroki leaned down to snatch Izuku's headband. "Just remember, I'll be faster than you for 10 seconds so don't waste it," Ida said. "I get it, now go," Todoroki said, a little irritated at his speed being called inferior but stayed focused on Izuku. "This is it," Kaminari muttered. "I have to prove myself," Momo thought, determined. Izuku looked at Team Todoroki facing him with serious expressions and blinked. "Well, looks like I have to get up," he muttered as he stood up and faced them with a somewhat serious expression and lowered the intensity of his killing intent. "Let's see what you have to offer," he muttered to himself and tensed his muscles to react in time. Whoa, looks like Team Todoroki is going to confront Midoriya. Let's see how it will go. Present Mike shouted as the audience focused on the confrontation between them. Some students looked towards Izuku as well, including Bakugo, who just finished dealing with Monoma. He turned an eye towards them wondering how things would end. Here it goes, Ida thought as he activated his quirk and Izuku narrowed his eyes. Izuku took in a deep breath and made a short analysis. Looks like they want to use Ida-san's speed to take advantage. He thought, let's see, Ida-san once told me he needs at least 50 meters to reach his top speed and this is about 30 meters, and his top speed is about 60 to 65 kilometers an hour. But Todoroki-san has seen my speed being almost as fast, so does that mean Ida-san can go faster now? He questioned himself and continued, no, I don't think so. Even if he made progress, it couldn't have become so fast that they don't expect me to even react, unless, realization hit Izuku as he raised his hands in basic combat stance, reaching his head, and he muttered, he has a special move, and at the same time Ida reached his peak condition and used his ultimate move and his engine sent out blue flames. He yelled. Recipro burst. He yelled and shot forward with great speed, forcing Yaoyorozu and Kaminari off their feet and shut their eyes, while Todoroki did everything he could to keep his eyes open and take Izuku's 10 million points. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise, as he watched Ida carry his entire team while reaching insane speeds and reach him, right in the face. Everything slowed down for him as he watched Todoroki's hand centimeters from his 10 million point headband and Izuku made his move. The audience and the students blinked and shock overtook them. Some were shocked because their eyes could not keep up with the speed except one hero who was watching from the stands, displeased with his son's performance. The hell? Bakugo thought, shocked. His mouth was a little open, and then he gritted his teeth in anger. How was the glasses that fast? He questioned himself but then gasped a little. Wait, did that half and half bastard take the 10 million points? He then started at Todoroki and quickly narrowed his eyes at seeing the result. What? This thought was mirrored by everyone because Todoroki's outstretched hand was empty. Todoroki was shocked and confused. He was trying to understand what happened as he had reached out for Izuku's headband on instinct. What happened? He heard Momo ask. Did you get it? Kaminari asked, not being able to see Todoroki's hand from his position. Ida was equally confused. What happened? Did you miss it? He asked. No, I definitely got close to it but then something happened and Todoroki couldn't say anything, still trying to understand what happened when it clicked in as his eyes widened and he stared at his left forearm which was turning red. That's about 130 kilometers an hour, Izuku said loudly, startling everyone as they turned to see him. Izuku didn't turn to look at Team Todoroki and continued, Ida-san, I am honestly impressed. I didn't expect to face that kind of speed from anyone today. You almost defeated me," Izuku complimented as everyone stared at him, keyword being almost. In the end, that speed wasn't enough. My hands were next to my head when Todoroki-san reached me, and I was able to react in time and slap away his hand, Izuku explained as everyone understood what happened. Ida, Yaoyorozu and Kaminari's expressions turned from confused to frustrated, and then they sighed lightly accepting their defeat. Todoroki's expression turned from realization to frustration and then rage. Damn it, he gritted out but then noticed something and widened his eyes. That presence is gone and his back is turned to us. He quickly looked at the scoreboard to see Izuku in the first place, then Bakugo in second and himself in third. He then looked at the timer to see 12 seconds were left and looked down. Rush him again and throw me on him, he exclaimed. What? His team said confused. Don't question me, just do what I say, Todoroki yelled, now letting his anger out on his team, and they complied. Fine, they said and rushed forward and threw him on Izuku. Just 1 second, Todoroki thought. If I can take that headband in the last second and stay midair when the time's up, I'll win, but if I don't time it right then I'll lose. Bakugo, who saw him do that, understood his plan and clenched his teeth. I won't be left behind, he thought, and used Kirishima's shoulders to jump up and propelled himself with his quirk towards Izuku with the same plan as Todoroki. In order to achieve the ultimate victory with 10 million points, both boys made an all-or-nothing move. Izuku, who heard Todoroki's short argument with his team and then Bakugo's explosion, quickly tilted his head both ways to see the boys coming towards him and realized he had stopped using his killing intent when he was surprised by Ida's speed. I see, he thought, narrowing his eyes and preparing a burst of intense killing intent, this time not for every student, but these two specifically, which would result in both of them experiencing most of it on themselves alone. As Todoroki and Bakugo reached Izuku, the boy snapped open his eyes and suddenly the same feeling of dread and death washed over the other two, but they weren't that weak-willed. Clenching their teeth, Bakugo and Todoroki yelled out war cries at the top of their lungs. Die! Ha! At that moment Izuku understood that his two opponents wouldn't be defeated with killing intent alone, and he turned on his heel. Only 5 seconds were left. Bakugo prepared, cocked his hand back and prepared an attack as Izuku watched. A right hook, open palm for an explosion. He's predictable, Izuku thought and looked at Todoroki. Todoroki's right arm released ice fog and his open hand was downwards. An open palm uppercut to release ice. He's also predictable, he thought. 3 seconds left. At that moment, Izuku released all his killing intent in a short but powerful burst, causing Todoroki and Bakugo to lose focus and not activate their quirk on time, and Izuku took advantage of that as he grabbed Bakugo's leg with his left and pulled him towards the ground, while his right hand went to deliver an open palm strike on Todoroki's abdomen. 2 seconds left. Bakugo managed to avoid touching the ground by quickly making an explosion with his left hand and managed to get away. However, Todoroki wasn't as lucky, since instead of being pulled to the ground like Bakugo, Izuku's palm strike was pushing him down. Time slowed down as all hope seemed lost for Todoroki. His eyes met Izuku's, and he expected to see his apathetic and emotionless eyes he had when he used his killing intent, or his kind and warmth-filled eyes which he had most of the time. However, Todoroki's eyes widened in surprise when that was not the case. Izuku had stopped using his killing intent, and when he made eye contact with Todoroki, Izuku wanted the boy to see what Izuku really felt at that moment and showed his eyes filled with disappointment. 1 second left. At that moment, as Todoroki stared into Izuku's eyes, something ignited within him, and on instinct, without realizing, his left side ignited with fire and pushed him upwards, saving him from touching the ground. Time up. Todoroki's eyes widened as he stopped his fire quirk and fell to the ground on his back. He looked at Izuku's, whose eyes blinked for a second in confusion and realization, and after that then turned back to kind and warm. Good job, Todoroki-san, you took the 3rd spot, Izuku congratulated him. Todoroki blinked and looked at the scoreboard to see if Izuku was right. Indeed, Team Tokiyami was in the 4th spot, Team Todoroki was in the 3rd spot, Team Bakugo in 2nd, and finally, Izuku again won street. Looks like Bakugo-san got quite a lot of points from Monoma-san, Izuku said as he offered Todoroki a hand to help him stand up as his eyes returned to their normal warmth look. Todoroki looked at Izuku's extended hand and an expression of anger came as he shoved Izuku's hand to the side, got up, and walked away to his team. Izuku looked at his back and sighed and then looked around. Well, I went a little too far with the killing intent, but I had no other option, Izuku thought as he heard Present Mike finish calling him the winner of the cavalry battle, while complimenting his skills and appreciated the fact that he called Izuku's killing intent one of his quirk abilities, so the people who don't know about killing intent will not look into it. Well, that might not go well, since at the end of the festival I'll reveal my real restrictions, Izuku thought as he took a glance at his quirk-canceling bracelets and walked to the midnight alongside the other students, again ignoring the glares Bakugo and Todoroki are giving him. Congratulations to those who made it to the third and final round of the sports festival. And those who didn't, there's always next year, Midnight said. Now, normally only the top 4 teams will move on to the final stage. But since Midoriya was alone, we have decided to let the 5th place move forward as well, she said as the mentioned team perked up, consisting of Shinso Hitoshi, the student who declared war on Izuku and Class 1A and got Izuku's attention in the obstacle race. The second and third persons are Izuku's classmate, Ojiro Mashirao, a boy with blonde hair and huge tail, and Yuga Aoyama, a blonde boy who can shoot laser from his navel, and the last student is from general studies like Shinso. If anyone wants to give up, you can do it right now, Midnight said, and the general studies student gave up immediately. This wasn't a surprise, he didn't want to face Izuku, Todoroki, and Bakugo, not to mention the other hero course students. However, the surprise came when Ojiro also gave up, saying that he didn't remember participating in the cavalry battle and didn't feel like he deserved to move forward. Doesn't remember, Izuku thought and looked at his team's leader Shinso. Did he brainwash his entire team? Izuku narrowed his eyes at the possibility but turned to hear Midnight. Since 2 students have given up, Abara Shiozaki and Tetsu will take their places, she said, and continued to explain the third round. The final round is going to be a one-on-one tournament match, and of course all students will use their quirk for combat. He said as the audience cheered at the last part. Then Present Mike chimed in. The 16 finalists will get 1 hour to rest before the matches. Until then the rest of the students will get to have fun in recreational activities. He said as more cheers came. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.